All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the Prince William County School Board to order. Pursuant to School Board Policy 139, school board member participation in meetings by electronic means. School Board member Diane Ralston will participate in the meeting through electronic means from her home due to a medical condition that prevents her physical attendance. The clerk will so note in the minutes of the meeting. There's a motion motions in order for the approval of the meeting agenda. Please read the motion, Ms. Jackson.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the meeting agenda as recommended.
Okay, a second?
I second.
Okay, in discussion, I'm gonna ask, as long as there's no objection, I'm gonna ask the board to move 1601, which is approval of the collective bargaining resolution, to ahead of 1401 before the student rep, so right after citizen comment time. So we'll do the state of the schools after the collective bargaining. Does anyone have any objection to that? Okay, seeing no objection, that is unanimous to make that move, and that will be part of the approval of the agenda. Okay, so please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
So the vote is 6 yes, 2 not present vote,
And
Jesse and Williams.
Go ahead and please update the agenda online and wherever. Okay. Next, a motion is in order to enter closed session. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I move that pursuant Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 and 2.2-3712 that the Prince William County School Board enter a closed session for the following reasons. 1, to discuss with staff the appointment, transfer, release, assignment, and promotion of specific officers and employees under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A. 1. 2, to set the annual goals for the Ombudsman under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A. 1. 3, to discuss and consult with legal counsel regarding the request for religious exemptions pertaining to specific students under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A. 2 and 8. 4, to discuss with Division Counsel the staff and actual and probable litigation and specific legal matters involving specific staff and students under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A. 7 and 8. 5, to consult with staff and legal counsel regarding the legal requirements and procedures for collective bargaining by school board employees, which requires legal advice and guidance as provided by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A. 8 and 6, to discuss and receive briefings by staff members related to security of school facilities, the safety of persons using such facilities, and actions taken to respond to such matters where a discussion in open meeting would jeopardize the security of such facilities pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A. 19.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 not present vote, Williams. Motion passed.
It came up now. Okay, at this time, the Prince William County School Board will move into closed session and return approximately 7 o'clock. Prince William County School Board will now re-enter or reconvene to open session. And at this point, a motion is in order. Vice Chair, Ms. Jackson, closed session certification.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I move that pursuant Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712, the closed session of the Prince William County School Board meeting of October 19th, 2022 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board hereby certifies that, the best to each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, And 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard and discussed or considered by the school board.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Zargarpur?
I second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Moving on to closed session action items, 9.01, approval of appointments releases. Ms. Jackson?
Thank you. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments and releases of specific employees as presented in closed session.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, a second.
Ms. Williams?
I second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Moving on to 9.02, Ms. Jackson, which is the approval of requests for religious exemptions. A motion's in order.
All right, thank you. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the requests for religious exemptions from compulsory school attendance in case numbers RE 22-8 through RE 22-13.
Second,
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Zargarpur.
I second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. Okay, well, that's it for closed section action items. At this point, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. What? Oh,
We're good now.
we'll announce it.
Unanimous, motion passed.
Okay. All right, fine. Motion passed. That's it for closed session. At this point, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Chance Williams, our student representative, will lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this point, we will be moving to our Thriving Futures Focus. And good evening. We are pleased to continue our Launching Thriving Futures Focus this school year to recognize several outstanding students and employees. We have one honoree this evening from the Gainesville Magisterial District. It is my honor to introduce Ms. Jen Wall, Gainesville District Representative. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Good evening. It is my pleasure this evening to recognize Battlefield High School Technology Education teacher, Mr. George Bishop. Project Lead the Way, or PLTW, has named Mr. Bishop an Engineering Outstanding Teacher of the Year. Mr. Bishop is one of only 15 engineering teachers nationwide recognized with this honor. Mr. Bishop is the PLTW certified to teach Introduction to Engineering Design, Digital Electronics, Civil Engineering, Architecture, and Engineering Design and Development. In addition to his regular teaching duties, Mr. Bishop is the advisor for the Technology Student Association, the Stellar Explorers Program, and CPERCH. Due to the national bus driver shortage, Mr. Bishop volunteered to earn his commercial driver's license so that his students would be able to participate in the multiple field trips he schedules annually. His work ethic has resulted in PWCS Outstanding Educator nominations, State High School Technology Engineering Education Teacher of the Year, and an International Teacher Excellence Award. So congratulations, Mr. Bishop, and please come forward to say a few words.
From here. The POTW thing is hard for me to say too sometimes. Thank you, Dr. Lateef, Ms. Wall, school board members, and Dr. McDade for this recognition. However, it isn't just me, it never has been. The honor actually goes to all the students who choose to enroll in my classes and their dedication to making Battlefield a PLTW distinguished school, and who support the Battlefield Technology Student Association chapter, and to the people whose leadership and friendship have brought me to this point, namely Mr. Doug Wright, PWCS CTE supervisor, who along with Mr. Ryan Ferreira and the Battlefield admin team provide the funds and the support necessary to run the program. Mr. Nasir Ayub, our workforce development coordinator, who dragged me through the 2 weeks of introduction to engineering design training and then trusted me enough to move his family to Virginia. Mr. Michael Spudik, who teaches PLTW Principles of Engineering course at Battlefield. Mr. Greg Quast from Patriot, who originally convinced me to give PLTW a try. Ms. Carol Medower, our PLTW representative. Mr. Jared Hasselbauer from Patriot. My colleagues at Battlefield, past and present, who make the tough days good, the good days great. And finally, but most importantly, my wife, Candy, who makes the whole thing worthwhile. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Bishop. Thank you for your efforts to make a positive difference for all of our students in our schools. I'd just like to add this, it's not part of my script, but as we looked at the new environment here for college admissions and post-secondary education, and that's a large part of our strategic plan and the work that we want to move forward with. Universities are maybe moving to test optional and not looking at the SATs and ACTs as much, but they are looking at rigor of curriculum.
Yes, sir.
They are looking at the kinds of courses our students are taking. So I applaud your efforts. I applaud Battlefield's efforts in all of our high schools for the work that they're continuing to do and innovate and trying to come up with stronger courses and these kinds of really courses that weren't offered when I was at high school, which was a long, long time ago. But we do appreciate it. I'll turn it over now to Dr. McDade to help conclude this portion of the school board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Congratulations, Mr. Bishop, on earning the Outstanding Engineering Project Lead the Way Teacher of the Year. Also, I want to recognize you for expanding Project Lead the Way courses at Battlefield from 1 to now 5. So we really appreciate all of your efforts and the work that you're doing with preparing students for life after high school. I also want to thank, I know that Principal Ferrer is not here, but he supports all of the programming and the work that you're doing. I want to thank him, as well as our team members, Doug and Nasir, for their hard work with career and technical education. So congratulations again, and to the entire Battlefield community.
Thank you.
At this point, Mr. Bishop, we'll invite you up to just take a picture with the board.
Up here? Okay. My friends can come with me? Sure.
Okay, at this point, we will now move on to the adoption of the consent agenda. Ms. Jackson, a motion's in order.
Thank you. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting consent agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Second.
Ms. Williams,
a second.
please vote. Ms. Rawls?
Sorry, I have a discussion. On the citizens' time, I'm not going to ask for a vote because on citizens, it's in the consent agenda, but I just wanted to comment that, one, I love the Saturday after meeting where people can call on Saturday. I think that's good on the agenda. I also like the deletion of the two separate agenda, where you have an agenda item or a non-agenda item. I like that. And the things that I I do not support, and I wanted to make sure people knew this, that I would like for us to see more time, that more time be given to speakers. And I know that others did not support that, but I did like the idea of the 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes, given more time, because we are a public school. And I would like to see us provide a sign up at the door. And the reason I would have liked that is because there are items that come up during the week or during between board meetings, and when you don't, there are people who just can't get on the agenda. And if we could do that down the road, I'd like to see that happen. And I also would like to have Zoom links for people who are unable to come to the meetings, because there are some people who have physical reasons that they cannot come to the meeting, and others who have illnesses or other reasons that they cannot come. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. B.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Jesse, motion passed.
At this time, we're going to move on to citizen comment time. Those citizens who've signed up in advance with the clerk may address the school board this evening when they are called to the podium. The citizen comment period for regular school board meetings is limited to 1 hour. The first half hour reserved for comments on the agenda items, which I guess will have changed, and the second half hour comments on non-agenda items or other topics germane to the operations and policies of the Prince William County Schools. Citizens signed up to speak on agenda items must speak to the agenda item they have identified or will be asked to step down. We have 10 speakers on agenda items and 10 on non. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak. Please use proper decorum and manners while at the podium, or you will be asked to step aside. We ask that the audience please be respectful of each speaker and refrain from any clapping, cheering, or jeering to avoid disruption of the meeting. If you do not do so, the board will recess. I will ask the room to be cleared to restore public order. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record. At this time, I'll call the first 5, and that'll be Ovetta Scott, Jerry Williams, Maggie Hansford, Joe Maraboli, and Tracy Blake. Ovetta Scott.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Chairman, Dr. McDade. My name is Ovetta Scott, and my address is on file with the clerk. Tonight, Madam Superintendent is going to give her perspective on the state of our schools. I would like to share my thoughts on our organization, staff, and the learning environment as part of this post-pandemic time. First, let me start with how the drive for having organizational coherency has impacted our educational model. Under our new superintendent, there has been a streamline of positions, both at the administrative and instructional levels. Assistances have been formed like instructional coaches, an abundance of professional development, and a buffet of technology with application to enhance student learning and achievement. The missteps, in my opinion, have been clear communication with staff, not leaving everything to the principals to deliver, or a weekly community email at the close of business on Friday. Technology and social issues has had a major impact on the learning environment. Our students bring these topics plus life challenges into the classroom, which at times can cause disruption within the learning process. The Code of Behavior has a secondary exam to ensure that all students are aware of the expectations on school ground. This exam has been modified from 50 questions with a passing score of 90 to 20 questions with a passing score of 70%. I guess rules don't apply to students when they have a voice on the DS. Regarding the current staff, the vocabulary is pressure and time. The pressure is to create a learning environment that is culturally aware, enrich technology, enhance lessons that foster critical thinking and academic success on all assessments. The problem is the time needed to execute and differentiate instruction to the various learners in the classroom. Instead of allowing teachers a voice, the superintendent staff have been focused on creating or modifying regulations like 572.1 or or 910 to make the working environment difficult to express our professional expertise. We are supposed to be partners in education, but instead staff is devalued and not treated as the professionals in the room. The state of our schools need to be modified from one-size-fits-all colonial structure to a modern 21st century model. Thank you.
Jerry Williams.
Hi, I'm Maggie Hansford, and my address is
Hold
on
on,
file.
so, I'm sorry, Jerry Williams not here?
Right.
I guess, okay, got it. Okay, Maggie Hansford, sorry.
All right, not Jerry Williams.
Not
My name's
Jerry
Maggie Hansford, and my address is on file with the clerk. I come to you all this evening again to ask for fairness and meaningful bargaining for our educators. Our educators have done the work for our students, and they've done the work to be here today. And I want to talk to you all about the amendments that we have been asking you all to make and the importance of why. And I want to thank our superintendent, Dr. McDade, for having productive conversations with me and being able to move the ball in several of the areas. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. So with transparency, we do see a greater need for transparency. We saw that you were able to provide that with the job titles. It's very important when we have the units identified that we are specific on who is included in each unit and who is not. The removal of delays, if we are going to discuss passing a resolution, we need to talk about why we're trying to push the ball and putting delays in the first place. So the delays should have never been put in there, and I'm glad that they were removed. Meaningful bargaining. You see educators come every school board meeting talking about work rules, and then it's not listed on the resolution. What bargaining are educators going to be doing at the table? Provide us the opportunity to have meaningful bargaining conversations at the table to be able to develop the collective bargaining agreement. We need to be able to do that. That is something you all have the power to do, and that is what meaningful bargaining is. That needs to be included with the resolution. The strike language is being weaponized in the resolution. It is Virginia law. You all can fire staff for striking, period. You don't need to put it in multiple documents to say the same language. It was put into the ordinance at the county level in Prince William, and it was taken out by the Board of County Supervisors, and we're asking for that same equitable decision from this board. The strike language needs to be removed, as well as when we talk about the election process. When we talk about fair elections, there is no election in our country that puts the burden of who votes to the candidate. You all were elected by majority. I can tell each one of you in your district how many residents in your district showed up to vote in your election, and none of you would be sitting here today if you followed your rules. None of you. Think about the equitable decisions you must make to ensure police, fire, and educators have the same fair treatment. Thank you.
Joe Maraboli?
Joe Maraboli, sorry, Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Joe Maraboli. I reside in the Coles District. I'm a career firefighter with Prince William County, and I rise today in support of meaningful collective bargaining rights for all the school board employees, whether they're educators, bus drivers, or custodians. They all deserve that right. I spent a lot of time in Richmond advocating and fighting to repeal the ban on collective bargaining. At the time, we were one of 3 states that prohibited it. And that's right, 47 other states have collective bargaining in one form or another. Very progressive places like Alabama and Tennessee. Even a red state like Florida has it enshrined in their state constitution, and the sky hasn't fallen. I stand here a little bit disappointed. I stand here looking at a school board with a Democratic supermajority in a progressive place like Northern Virginia, acting like CEO Howard Schultz and the board of Starbucks, actively union busting and undercutting their own employees' inalienable rights to collectively bargain. If we're going to always campaign about bringing Prince William County into Nova, then we need to act like it and do more than speak hollow words like meet and confer and dispute resolution neutral. These terms mean nothing more than status quo. In case anyone isn't noticing, educators, just like other public servants in fire and rescue and police, are leaving the profession in record numbers. For many of us, it's because we do not have a seat at the table. We are not properly compensated for our work, and we are not respected as employees. Oh, and don't forget the hours. To quote Indiana Jones, it's not the years, it's the mileage. I'll also say that as a Coles District resident, I'm particularly a little bit disappointed in Mrs. Zargenspur. You're a teacher, a union teacher in Fairfax County, experiencing this right across the river. You are going to benefit from this at your day job. You should be a champion for this for your employees here in Prince William County, and quite frankly, I don't believe that you are. All I can say is I ask that you all do better. In closing, I would also like to let Mr. Lateef know that Greg did not endorse this message. Thank you.
Tracy Blake.
How you doing, board, Dr. McDade, and everybody? My name is Tracy Blake, and I'm a proud parent advocate from the Neabsco district. I just want to let you know I serve on a couple of the advisory councils here on instruction and equity, and I'm also on the Minnieville Advisory Council. So before I speak, I just wonder about collective bargaining. I'd like to thank Dr. McDade and the board for all the good work you've done, being this community's North Star during the height of the pandemic. Thank you for thinking outside the box, putting the health and safety and security of our children first. Thank you for getting them back in the classroom. And thank you for paper online tutoring. Now, I believe that is critical for school employees to have meaningful collective bargaining rights and a real seat at the table to negotiate for things they need to educate our students and help our families. Teachers are the lifeblood of our county. I'm sure everybody knows they've been underappreciated, underpaid, undervalued, and often left without a meaningful way to advocate to protect their own interests, as well as those of our children and the parents they serve year after year. Collective bargaining gives educators an option to advocate in their workplace. It helps teachers feel seen. It helps assure fair wages and benefits, all while improving teacher recruitment and retention. Educators also negotiate better teaching and learning conditions. This all helps our children receive the thriving future each of them deserve. Bottom line, the collective bargaining process allows everyone associated with this school system to work together, benefiting students, teachers, administrators, and parents in the Prince William County community at large. Thank you for your time. I don't have any doubt you'll do the right thing. Have a good night.
Patty Kuntz, Adele Settle, Jared Gay, Catherine Zamis, and Brandi Provenzano, next five. Patty Kuntz.
Good evening. My name is Patty Kuntz, and I'm from the Gainesville District. I'm here tonight to once again speak in favor of collective bargaining and to request that the process begins immediately. You all know we are in an education crisis in this country. Loudoun County had 100% staffing this year. Fairfax had 98%. And Prince William County was 500 teachers short and had to hire educators from overseas, put them in hotels, and have teachers pick them up and bring them to work. The crisis will continue as universities are closing their education departments and more teachers leave the profession. The race for the few educators that are left is on, and sadly, Prince William County simply isn't competitive. Now, the county is working quite hard to bring more commercial revenue and the school system will be receiving the lion's shares of 57%. despite the fact that board members Wall and Jackson are actively working against that much-needed revenue. Though the revenue will take a bit more time, there are so many other working conditions that can be negotiated immediately and will help retain teachers. I have been told that teachers do not deserve collective bargaining by a board member. I find that absurd, since it was recognized as an international human right by the United Nations in 1948. They stated the right to bargain with an employer enhances the human dignity, liberty, and autonomy of the workers by giving them the opportunity to influence the establishment of workplace rules and thereby gain some control over a major aspect of their lives, namely their work. Since then, most major democratic countries honor collective bargaining of public employees. Where do you all stand? Do what is right and bring PWA to the table and stop some of the bleeding of this school system.
Adele Settle.
Hello, Board and Dr. McDade. My name is Adele Settle, and I'm a resident in Brentsville with a daughter in 2nd grade in our schools. I am also a lifelong Democrat. I canvassed, donated, appeared at events, and worked to elect 7 of you. I encouraged my friends across the county to vote for you. I told my friends that electing candidates endorsed by the local Democratic Party would mean that our kids would have a stronger school system. I was under the impression that our 7 Democratic Party-endorsed candidates supported the Democratic Party's priorities, which includes supporting labor and working to make sure that workers have every opportunity to bargain for better working conditions. Unfortunately, I've seen that this board, led by Dr. Lateef, is unwilling to work in good faith towards achieving our party platform, which strongly supports workers' rights, fair wages, collective bargaining, and the formation of strong unions. Our national platform expects that Democrats will work to ensure that public sector employees, including teachers, have the right to organize and negotiate fairly to improve working conditions. I am disgusted by this board's union-busting tactics over the past several years and call on all 7 of you who were endorsed by the Democratic Party to reconsider whether your actions on this board reflect the values of the people who elected you to serve them. I am asking you to do better. Support our teachers and staff. Work together with labor. Be the people I expected you to be when I campaigned and knocked doors for you. Our students, our teachers, our staff all deserve better than you are giving them. Thank you.
Jared Gay.
My name is Jared Gay, and my address is on file. So when I spoke a couple of weeks back, I spoke a lot about how important it is for people to feel respected in the context of their employment and in context of pretty much everything in their lives, and how important it was that teachers feel respected in this county and that educational staff feel respected in this county. I did have time to say towards the end of that speech that I don't believe that that is currently the case, but I didn't have enough time to really get into why. We have seen for years now at the division level all over the country people begging school boards to start peeling back some of the standardized testing that has been just rampant within public education since the early 2000s. Every school board meeting you hear about it. Every school board meeting you hear about reducing the amount of professional development that's being piled on teachers. Every school board meeting and almost every day in the press, you hear people, when they talk about the context of public education, they talk about removing all of these barriers to being able to actually teach our students. This year, the division has exacerbated that problem to a considerable degree, requiring now weekly lesson plans submitted and kept in a binder that we are regularly updating, and to ultimately satisfy all of the requirements and professional developments that have been required of us this year, we are having to meet almost every planning period that we have for CLT to make this happen, which means that the planning that normally happens during that time is pushed to off work hours, which means we're not taking time away from our families. I know that teachers in this county and staff in this county are desperate right now. And it's not just coming from the district. When we come to these school board meetings and when you hear about the conversations and things that are said in the press about teachers, about the Prince William Education Association and our attempts to secure a meaningful collective bargaining resolution, we have seen from the beginning of this process nothing but deliberate obstruction from members on this board. We have seen snide comments in the media, and we have seen deliberate attempts, including in the one that in the draft resolution that you're currently planning on voting on without amendment, that are intended to deprive us of having any meaningful collective bargaining ability in this county. My beautiful and amazing wife spoke at the Board of County Supervisors meeting last night and likened some of the tactics taken by the Board of County Supervisors, but even more so by this board, to allowing a younger sibling to pretend to play a video game, not realizing that their controller is unplugged. Without binding arbitration, this is not collective bargaining. Without binding arbitration, this is meet and confer, put in collective bargaining's clothes. And I am honestly beyond disrespected in the way that I feel with regards to all of this. I feel that anybody watching this process for the last 2 years would have to conclude, and everything that's happening this year at the district level would have to conclude that this district has contempt for its teachers and staff, and this board, to an even greater degree, has contempt for its teachers and staff. You have an opportunity to prove me wrong, amend the resolution, and that's what will change it.
Catherine Zamis.
Good evening. I'm Katie Zamis. I live in the Coles District. I'm a Prince William County Police Detective and the president of the Prince William County Police Association. I come to you today as both a concerned citizen and as a labor advocate in favor of collective bargaining in Prince William County. Frankly, I should not need to be in front of all of you telling a Democrat majority board to vote in favor of meaningful collective bargaining, and yet here we are. I've heard disturbing rumors such as the school board chairman I voted for trying to squash collective bargaining through committee. This behavior is nothing short of disgraceful, and it's extremely disappointing. Our educators and support staff deserve a seat at the table to negotiate for their wages, benefits, and working conditions. This county's management and this school board have become far too comfortable with their employees not having a voice. As a result, we are losing quality educators just like we are losing police officers and firefighters. We cannot keep doing things the same way and expecting a different result. As the mother of a curious, intelligent young child, I'm concerned when I see class sizes in this county increasing. I wonder if my salary as a public servant will be enough to pay for private school if you won't pay your educators competitive wages in order to keep them here. I wonder how much larger our class sizes will continue to get if our educators keep leaving because they don't have a voice here. Quite frankly, I wonder if the schools here are going to be good enough for my daughter. That reflects negatively on you, the board, not on the hardworking and qualified educators struggling to keep up with increasing demands while receiving non-competitive pay and benefits. The bottom line is that meet and confer is a failure. Please stop talking about it. It does not work. Our educators deserve meaningful collective bargaining just as much as the other public employees in this county. They deserve a seat at the table. Thank you.
Brandi Provenzano.
Good evening. My name is Brandi Provenzano, and my address is on file. There are some very important amendments to the collective bargaining resolution that must be made tonight prior to a vote. The first is in regards to the election of the bargaining agent. The division attorney has included language stating that any employee who does not vote in the election will count as a vote against the bargaining agent on the ballot. I repeat, the language in this resolution states that by not voting at all, employees are casting a silent, unauthorized, invisible ballot against the bargaining agent. With all due respect to Division Counsel, there is no need to circumvent the democratic process. This school board is far too interested in their employees to ever agree to such a thing. An assault on the democratic process would undermine everything this board stands for. I know because I know this board personally. I've eaten dinner with the amazing Lily Jessie and exchanged heartfelt concerns with her many times about educators and struggling students. I sang along to Elvis songs with Justin Wilk and even beat him in a canoe race across Lake Anna, but he will probably not admit to that. I've had open and honest dialogue on the phone with Lisa Zargapur for many hours, many times over the years. I've watched Adele Jackson evolve into a strong, articulate speaker for her constituents. Lori Williams, she may be small in stature, but she is mighty with her voice and her power when she is fighting for staff and students. Diane Ralston always shows up and performs her duties for her constituents. And though we rarely see eye to eye, I always know exactly where Jen Wall stands. I also know that she is a firm believer in the democratic process. And Dr. Lateef and I, well, we go way back. This board recognizes that employees do not want PWEA to represent them. If that's the case, then let those employees vote against us on the ballot. This board would never agree to silencing their own employees and their right to a fair and democratic election. I also know this board has been advised by council to do multiple other things tonight that would absolutely result in more strife with staff and with the school board. This school board knows that underhanded politics and unethical decisions like these don't belong in our school system. I am confident this board tonight will not allow this resolution to pass as it is written, but instead will make a motion to amend it. You need to make a motion to amend the resolution tonight. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers: Jen Donnelly, Ken Narr, Bora Yoon, Kira Tiller, Chantel Rock. Jen Donnelly.
Good evening. My name is Jen Donnelly, and my address is on file. I would like to speak this evening on the relationship between the school board and parents. While citizen comment time is an important forum to have issues put on record, it is not the best way for either party to communicate effectively. Speaking in front of a large group and on camera is outside of most people's comfort zone, especially mine. In my experience, one-on-one conversations with school board members and candidates have been far more productive, give rise to greater trust, and lead to generally more collaborative conversations about improving our schools. In my meetings with school board members, we discussed the falling test scores and rates of failure within many of our schools in the county. We agreed that a greater focus needs to be on educational basics and more rigor in core classrooms. I believe we are spending too much classroom and teacher training time on subjects like social justice, DEI, and SEL, which are not things that will help our children learn math, science, history, or language arts. We lost 2 years of education to your COVID policies, and we can't continue to fail our children. I know that parents can email you about issues faced by their children or problems in schools, but speaking about those issues in public isn't always appropriate. When we sit in this room so far away from the school board, it's hard to see if you're interested in what the citizens are saying. This can be disheartening to people like me who are overcoming their fear of public speaking, only to leave the podium feeling like they weren't heard. Now that you know where I'm coming from, I'd like to offer a suggestion that is supported by many of the parents in our county. We ask that each of you consider scheduling dedicated office time in your districts on a regular basis so that you can speak directly to parents and students about issues that they face and work on fixing those problems together. Town hall formats can also work well, especially during election season, so that informed decisions can be made in the election booth. Working together and exchanging ideas in person will only improve the level of trust with the school board we have elected. I know that you're all very, very busy, and you sacrifice a lot of your times visiting schools, but those events don't always encourage the much-needed one-on-one dialogue between parents and the school board. As a member of Moms for Liberty, we want to build this relationship with the school board so that we can work together in the best interest of our children. Please consider our suggestions for the many parents who feel they don't have a voice in their child's education. Thank you.
Ken Narr.
Ken Narr, Gainesville District. I'd like for each of you to consider one thing as you sit here this evening and prepare to cast your vote. Conceptually, why do unions and collective bargaining even exist in our modern lexicon? The answer to these 2 questions is rather simple. They exist because workers, no matter when, where, or what career field, believe they are being treated unfairly and/or unjustly. Those same workers believe they are being mistreated and nobody is willing to address their grievances. The fact that the requisite number of signatures were collected and verified so quickly seems to validate the need. We don't have enough personnel in almost every position in the school district. Our personnel are being overworked, and our children's education is being degraded because of it. The fact you are demanding 50% plus one of all employees for passage seems to also lead credence to the need. This is well beyond any supermajority vote in our government. I am not aware, including this elected body, where this standard is utilized. The United States is considered the most democratic country in the history of the world. We seldom get more than 1/3 of registered voters, let alone voting age adults, to vote in any election. This draconian insistence on what is unprecedented condition only illuminates what most everyone considers unfair, unjust, and disrespectful. The unwillingness to compromise on this and other conditions seems to illuminate the lack of any decision-making authority addressing the everyday and collective grievances of our workforce. I'm not sure what you think the collective workforce is going to ask for, demand, or arbitration is going to decide would be considered so detrimental to the school district that you would be so uncompromising. We trust these individuals with the lives, well-being, and futures of our community's youth. We can surely trust them to negotiate in good faith for reasonable working conditions and salaries. I fear, should collective bargaining not pass and meaningful contracts negotiated, Prince William County Schools will experience a massive exodus of personnel.
Bora Yoon. Bora Yoon. Okay. Kira Tiller. Kira Tiller. Chantel Rock. Chantel Rock. So the next file will be Amy McCarthy, Carolyn Kochak, and Wendy Marr, Grace Lindner, and Jeanette Corsilius. Amy McCarthy.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. McDade. I'm back advocating for employees and for teachers and saying pretty much the same things I've said before. The past couple of years have been difficult for everyone. However, educators and school employees saw an end or a light at the end of the tunnel in collective bargaining. Our educators that have stayed the course have proved their loyalty, dedication, and commitment to not only our profession, but more importantly, the students in Prince William County Schools. This school board knows this. They know we will always show up for our kids. But now it's your turn to show up for us. Do you trust and value your employees? Really trust and value us enough that we can be part of the negotiations? Thank you, Lily Jesse, David Wilk, and Diane Ralston, for your continued public support of collective bargaining. We are not asking for a lot. We are asking to live and work in the communities we teach without working 2 or 3 jobs, like both my husband and myself, and we're both educators here. Dr. Lateef often brings up the historic raise. This was long overdue, barely covered the cost of living, and puts us second from the bottom for teacher pay in Nova. Our veteran teachers who have showed loyalty and dedication were rewarded with lost steps and wage compression. And yes, I watched the webinar. There are other members of our board who have clearly not stepped foot as teachers in a classroom, but they do not want to listen to what we have to say and how we can provide best practices from our lives. Jennifer Wall often questions the cost of collective bargaining. I can list just during the pandemic ways teachers could have saved millions of dollars for this school system. Number one being the technology for concurrent teaching, which we all know was not a great success. However, the most disappointing members of this school board are those who were in the classroom or are currently in the classroom. One school board member is currently reaping the benefits of her union in Fairfax County while denying employees in Prince William County the same rights. It is shameful. Do you value your employees? It's really a simple question. We are professionals and we deserve to be up there making the decisions about our work environment.
Carolyn, how do I say your last name?
Kochak.
Kochak, sorry.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Kochak. I live in the Gainesville district, and my address is on file. I'm speaking tonight as both a parent and a PWCS staff member. It has come to my attention that the Virginia governor, and therefore the Virginia Department of Education, plans to make changes to the current guidance regarding transgender students in Virginia. I am pleased with the current policy that PWCS has in place, Policy 738-5, and want to urge the school board to do everything in its power not to amend this policy. The new guidance would allow students to be called their preferred names and pronouns only if a parent or guardian signs off. The student would have no say in how they are addressed at school. The new guidance goes on to say that if a student does ask a teacher to use different pronouns than the ones indicated on their birth certificate, the teacher is required to check with the parents, effectively outing a student that may need to keep this part of themselves from their parents for their own safety and well-being. Right now, every student in Prince William County and beyond are figuring out who they are. Do they like boys? Do they like girls? Do they like both or neither? Do they like wearing dresses or pants or shorts, even in the middle of winter? Do they want to wear jewelry or nail polish or black clothes all the time? Are they demi-romantic, asexual, or pansexual? It may take some time, but eventually kids figure this stuff out, and it's usually not something you discuss with your parents right away, if at all. But giving the kids the language to be able to discuss it, to be able to figure it out, is the best way to help your kids. Remember, if I explain what nearsightedness is and speak of the mechanics of it, how it may affect a student or my child, or what kinds of supports are available to that child, it does not make them nearsighted. It is something a child is or is not. In fact, keeping that label a secret from them, not discussing it with them, will likely do far more harm than if that child is aware and knows they can get support both at school and at home. Similarly, if you talk with your children about being transgender or anywhere on the LGBTQ+ spectrum, it won't make them LGBTQ+. But if they are, it will only give them the language they need to understand themselves. And with the current policies at PWCS, they will have the ability to thrive like every other child. If you care about your children, if you truly care about all students in PWCS and Virginia schools, it's time to acknowledge these children exist within our communities. They deserve our support and our understanding, not roadblocks to being who they are. And it's time to realize we are all humans that deserve equal treatment from our public schools, our government, and our neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Wendy Marr.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wendy Marr. My address is on file. I haven't been up here for a couple years now. I would like to share with you some parts of what happened with me last year, and it is regarding bullying. And today was Anti-Bullying Day. That's why everyone wore orange. Last year, another colleague verbally attacked me and threatened me. That person and I never had dialogue, no mediation, and something needs to be done about that. That person is still, we still are at the same school. So I see that person almost every day. I was also physically assaulted by a young person, one of our students. And it is my hope that that young person is getting the help that they need. But the safeguards for educators, it has to be leveled up. Every day, we put ourselves on the front line to assist our students, and we do not hope on any one of our colleagues, especially ourselves, to be assaulted or treated unfairly by our colleagues. I implore this school board to come up with some programs and strategies that will force mediation, have that mediation with those individuals in a school so that there isn't just one person or the victim that is continually being victimized when they see their the person that did that negative behavior to them or forced that negative behavior on them. I hope that you take this to heart. I cannot be the only person that has experienced this, but I wanted to bring it to the attention of everyone at this point as you start making some other rules. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Grace Lindner.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, Superintendent McDade, and School Board. I'm Grace Lindner, Coles District, resident of Prince William County since the mid-1960s. Having grown up here and having received the benefit of a public education here, I have been active in giving back to the school community for the past 20 years. Once I had children of my own, I wanted to give back to the schools as a volunteer, so I began by volunteering in my children's elementary school by assisting teachers in the Thurgood Marshall Elementary Volunteer Room. I also volunteered with classroom activities and went on a few fun field trips. I served as president of the Brentsville High School Parent-Teacher Activity Council for the school year 2014 to 2015. Tonight, I come here as an advocate for teachers and school staff. I am here to implore the school board to pass a collective bargaining ordinance which gives teachers and school staff a seat at the bargaining table. This can be done by including all amendments, all of them, submitted by educators to be included in the Prince William County Public Schools collective bargaining ordinance. Requiring all staff to vote and counting not voting as a no is unfair. Please rescind this. I ask you to pass the final ordinance tonight. Prince William school employees are watching. Their morale and reason to stay hinges on your actions tonight. This county needs to retain the teachers who remain, and we need to attract new, bright teachers if we are to retain our world-class status, which we have enjoyed for the past several years. Let's show Virginia and the nation that Prince William County values its educators. Thank you.
Jeanette Corsilius.
Greetings. My name is Jeanette Corsilius, and I'm a music educator in Fairfax County Public Schools and a member of my union, the Fairfax Education Association. Why do I care to show to a school board meeting in a neighboring county? Because when my fellow educators in the struggle win, we win too, and most importantly, our students will benefit the most. When we retain and attract high-quality educators with higher pay, better benefits, and safer working conditions, our students will learn more and thrive. I am here to speak in support of collective bargaining. A collective bargaining resolution for Prince William County Public School educators is sorely needed. However, it is unsatisfactory in its current form. There are at least 3 major pieces that must be modified. Number 1, the election process is unfair and not standard practice for certifying a union anywhere in this country. The participation quota for the election must be changed. The change must and should simply allow for a majority vote to count for certification. Number 2, we also find the decertification clause unacceptable. If the staff want a union and they want to be represented by one, let them decide. Number 3, the scope of management rights is terrible. Educators should be able to bargain over disciplinary procedures, working conditions, benefits, pay, wraparound services, and more. Ensure that these educators have a seat at the table with a meaningful, broad scope, permissive, collective bargaining resolution, and stop the union busting now. Thank you.
Okay, that wraps up citizen comment time. We are going to move on to, so we had changed the order around of the agenda. Next up will be the collective bargaining discussion, and that is now under 14.01. I'll turn it over to Division Counsel. And
Thank you,
if
Dr. Lateef.
Wade, can you introduce counsel?
Sure.
Right.
I'll introduce the board to Eric Paultel, who's one of our attorney advisors that's been helping us through this. And he's going to do a brief presentation and then answer any questions the board may have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, members of the board. As you all know, about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Anderson was here to present on the first draft of the resolution that was introduced and posted on October the 4th. Since that time, Mr. Anderson and I have worked together in my capacity as outside counsel, Mr. Anderson as division counsel. We've worked together with the attorneys representing both the Prince William Education Association and the Virginia Education Association. Last week, Mr. Anderson and I had a several-hour-long Zoom meeting with the attorneys. Prior to that meeting, the attorneys shared with us a redlined version of the October 4th draft of the resolution where the PWEA and the VEA attorneys had marked it up with suggested changes. We tabulated there was about 33 changes that were requested by the VEA and the PWEA. Again, we had a very healthy, long conversation, and we were able to reach agreement on approximately half of the proposed changes. And what I would like to do is walk the board through those changes that we have incorporated into the resolution, which is now the version that's posted on the board website, and explain where those changes are in the resolution. And again, these were all done at the suggestion and in partnership with counsel for both the PWEA and the VEA. So the first change was a request to add lead teachers or grade level chairs into the bargaining unit. We agreed to incorporate that change in section 6A1. The second change was a request to allow for the unions to meet with either groups of employees or individual employees after getting some permission from the school, either principals or HR, to come on premises. We added language in section 4.B, which is very similar to language already in place in regulation 593-1, which allows for representatives of the unions to come on premises with advance notice, basically 24 hours advance notice, to the principals to come on premises and meet with employees or groups of employees. Next request was for access to the division's email systems, and that was not in the prior resolution. We added in language which, again, is consistent with Regulation 593-1, allowing for the unions to use the division's email system to communicate with employees in the bargaining units. The next request was a relatively minor one. There was duplicative language referencing the board's right to establish the budget. This is something which is codified in the enabling legislation passed by the General Assembly in 2020, which says that only the board can set the purse and appropriate funds. And we removed duplicative language regarding the board's right to appropriate funds. There were some concerns raised by the unions about the ability of the board to suspend the terms of any CBA without advance notice to the unions. We heard those concerns. We made changes in Section 5.d, which requires the board to give at least 24 hours notice to the union prior to any suspension, unless it's not practicable to do so. If we had some extreme terrorist type event, it may not be practical to do so, but otherwise, we would have to give 24 hours notice and thereafter meet with union representatives to discuss or to solicit their feedback and receive information from them about how to proceed going forward. There were some concerns raised by the union about the ability of another union to intervene in an election. The PWEA and VEA were concerned that if a different union wished to get onto the ballot, they had a lower showing of interest requirement than the initial 30% showing of interest. So we made it consistent. Any intervening union will have to have the support of 30% of the employees to get on to the ballot and be part of the election process. There were some concerns raised by council about the presentation of the authorization cards or petition directly to the board's human resources personnel. As we know, there were some issues with that in the first go-around, and we removed that language and made it clear that the only thing that the union would need to do is provide a statement that they have the support of 30% of the employees in order to get an election, and then the neutral who is retained to oversee the election process would be the one who would actually review the cards and ensure that they are authentic and legitimate. There was a request by the unions to allow this neutral who will oversee the elections to contract with an outside vendor to actually administer the mechanics of the election, and we agreed to that request as well. We've heard some concerns and citizen comment tonight about the timing of the election and or the timing of the certification process, and we agreed to remove language which precluded there being any certification request prior to January 1st, 2023. That language was removed from Section 8B1. We added some language that the both the school board and the union now have the ability to be flexible on the voting process. The initial version of the resolution required that any voting be in person. Now we have amended Section 8B6 to provide that the election process can either be in person, by mail, or a combination of both mail-in and in-person voting. So this could be something that's determined by mutual agreement of the union and the school board. In the event the school board and the neutral are unable to reach agreement on the mechanics of whether it's a mail-in or in-person ballot, then the neutral would step in and make that decision. There were concerns raised about the grievance process under the resolution and its interplay with employees' statutory rights to file grievances under Virginia law concerning certain disciplinary matters and other terms and conditions of employment. We added language at the request of council to make it clear that nothing in the resolution would preclude the employee's ability to file their grievances under state law, but it does require that the employee elect one forum or the other. They could not go under both state law and under the terms of any collective bargaining agreement. They must go one or the other. There was some concern raised by counsel about the ratification process in the event that the parties reach an agreement on a collective bargaining agreement and it's presented to the union membership for a ratification vote. The prior version required that it be ratified by a majority of the employees in the bargaining unit. That language was removed. Now it only need to be ratified in accordance with the procedures set forth in the union's bylaws. And again, regarding the strike language, we heard some discussion tonight about the concerns of a union being decertified in the event of an illegal strike. We removed the language in Section 13C that would result in the decertification of a union and the dissolution of any collective bargaining agreement as a result of the union's participation in the strike. That language has been removed. Now the only requirement is that in the event of an illegal strike, the union is required to publicly disavow that strike within a 24-hour period, and if they've done so, then they have met their obligations under the resolution. So before I turn it over to questions, I do want to comment briefly on the 50% requirement that we're hearing so much discussion about, and be sure that everybody understands what the thought process is and the mechanics of that. So let me discuss the mechanics first. So what the resolution says is that, this is in Section 814, that in order for an election to be a valid election, at least half of the employees in the bargaining unit must participate. They don't have to vote in favor of the union, they just have to participate in the election. And if you step back, again, the participation could be a mail-in ballot, or it might be in person, or it might be both. That's going to be worked out. So half the people would have to participate. So let's just use simple numbers. Assume we had 7,000 eligible employees in a bargaining unit. 3,500 of those employees would actually have to vote in order for it to be a valid election. In order for the union to win that election, the union would need to get 1,751 of the votes that were cast. That would be the majority of the people who voted in that election. If 1,751 employees vote in favor of a union, then the union represents all 7,000 of those employees, even though more than 5,000 did not indicate that they wish to support the union. So while this may, to some, seems a somewhat onerous threshold, let's look at what's actually happened here. The PWEA has presented the board with signatures from 3,529 employees stating that they wanted collective bargaining. If all 3,529 of those employees actually participate in an election, then the 50% threshold has been satisfied. And if they vote in favor of the PWEA or any other labor organization, the union's going to win that election. So this requirement that employees actually participate in the election is consistent with Virginia law. Virginia has a statute, section 40.1-54.3, which requires that employees who vote either for or against a union have the right to do so in a secret ballot election. And what the board has done in this draft resolution is ensure that we actually hear from half of the employees or more in the bargaining unit in a secret ballot election in casting their votes. Again, they all don't have to vote in favor of the union, they just need to participate in the election process. So the final thing I want to say about that is that while there may be cases in smaller bargaining units which only involve several hundred employees where it's just the majority of the people who vote in the election who determine the outcome, that's somewhat different than this situation. We're talking about a bargaining unit for the certified personnel that's actually in excess of 7,000 employees. And if only 500 of those 7,000 were to vote, and only 251 voted in favor of a union, they're going to represent all 7,000. So the 50% participation threshold is really intended to make sure that the board hears from the employees in a secret ballot election before recognizing that union and sitting down at the table and beginning the collective bargaining process. So that's my overview. I'm wide open, as is Mr. Anderson, to any questions the board members may have about any of these amendments to the resolution.
Questions? Ms. Williams?
Yes, I just want to, if you could briefly talk about, we've heard this evening, binding arbitration. I know that we discussed that in the past, but I just want to make sure that our listening public is clear on that.
Sure, that's a very good question, Ms. Williams, and that has been something which has certainly been discussed, and actually last night at the county side, there was a straw vote, at least, to incorporate binding arbitration. But the school board is different because there is case law from the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit indicating that a school board cannot commit itself to binding arbitration. This case law indicates it's a violation of what's called the Dillon Rule. I think Mr. Anderson went into the nuances of the Dillon Rule 2 weeks ago, and that is why there is no mechanism in our resolution for binding arbitration.
Thank you. And my last question is, we often hear the combination of collective bargaining at the county and the school level, and I was just wondering for our listening public if you could go over some of the nuanced differences between the two. Specifically, we heard a lot of people refer to either resolution or ordinance, and I think there's just, so everyone is well informed, if you could speak a little bit to the differences of them, and maybe like why we can't do an ordinance and we're doing a resolution, those kinds of, along those lines.
Sure, Ms. Williams. So the most significant difference is, unlike the county, the school board has no taxing authority. The school board is 100% dependent upon the appropriation of funding from the Board of County Supervisors. I believe right now the school board is receiving 57% of the budget, and hopefully that number stays where it is and maybe even goes higher. But unlike the county, there is no authority to levy taxes or otherwise raise funds for collective bargaining. So any commitments that the school board makes in the collective bargaining process ultimately have to be funded by money coming from the Board of County Supervisors. So that is one dramatic change, or one dramatic difference, I should say, compared to the county. The second, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago, is that inability of a school board to legally commit to a binding arbitration mechanism. So in the case of the school board, any kind of dispute resolution process must be non-binding. Some describe this as meet and confer. It's not meet and confer. It's substantially more legally binding than meet and confer, although it's not binding arbitration. The difference being that you have mechanisms such as an unfair labor practice charge proceeding built into this resolution, which gives both employees and unions, as well as the county, a legal mechanism to pursue alleged violations such as bad faith bargaining or retaliation or discrimination in a legal forum. So although it's not quite the same as the binding arbitration that you may have for impasse resolution on the county side, it's still a legal process greater than that which is available under meet and confer. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
It does. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Jesse?
I have two questions. I wanted to have you talk about the 50% situation. If in the first vote, if they don't get 50%, what happens?
So there is a mechanism in the resolution for, in the event that the 50% threshold is not satisfied, there is an opportunity for the union to have what I think we have actually called a makeup election. So in the event that the union is unable to meet that 50% threshold as set forth in Section 14, this is again would be Section 8, paragraph 14. If you are to look at the second sentence of that paragraph, it says, in the event the 50% threshold is not met, the dispute resolution neutral may, upon a showing of good cause, order a make-up election to be held within 30 days. So there is this chance for the union to come back and establish that there's a need for another opportunity to have a second election to again, give the employees a chance to vote.
Okay, the other concern I've heard is whether or not, if you have by mail vote, that's going to take some time. Will there be, I know you can't say right now because that's probably something in negotiation. Will there be ample time for the mail-in and the in-person? Will there be multiple sites and multiple days for teachers or people who want to vote?
So, Ms. Jessie, although this is not spelled out in the resolution, the thought process is that the school board and council for or participants for the union would work together to establish, if it's mail ballot, a period of time during which mail ballots can be submitted. Oftentimes what we're seeing right now is 2 weeks. I think even as we speak, I think Fairfax County is conducting its election for its firefighters via mail ballot. I think they have a 2-week period for those ballots to be submitted. I would envision something like that being agreed to here between the board and the unions. And again, if we couldn't reach agreement, then the dispute resolution neutral would make that decision. With regard to the in-person voting, the thought process of the board here is that there would be multiple locations spread throughout the county where individuals could participate, and it would probably be on multiple days. Again, we're a large county. The only other jurisdiction, or the only jurisdiction, which has had an election up to this point has been the city of Richmond for its teachers, and they did not have multiple locations, but again, Richmond geographically is much smaller than is Prince William County. So our thought process is there would be multiple locations throughout the county over a multi-day period.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Peltel. I really appreciated your presentation on the changes that were made. I have 2 questions. My first question is, my understanding is that there are additional provisions in Virginia State Code that govern school divisions and what we can and cannot do, such as grievance procedures and other things like that, because Virginia developed a lot of state code because we were not a collective bargaining state. Is that correct?
That's correct. As somebody mentioned earlier, there were only 3 states in the country until recently that did not have collective bargaining. Virginia was one of those 3. So while other states had collective bargaining, Virginia developed these parallel procedures for grievances to be addressed statutorily.
So would it be correct then to state that there are many things that are in our state code already that in maybe another state might be handled through collective bargaining agreements, but in Virginia it's already put into the code to govern different things like employee grievance procedures, et cetera?
That would be a correct statement, yes. We have a pretty robust grievance resolution process for disciplinary proceedings that are already in the Virginia Code.
And would I be correct also to assume that, or to state that if there was anything in a collective bargaining agreement that conflicted with state code, that state code would govern?
That's correct. In the event that anything in either this resolution or the body of a collective bargaining agreement was inconsistent with state code would supersede that.
And do you know if some of the things that are in state code have to do with like duties, testing, professional development, or any of those kinds of things, evaluations of teachers? Do you know if that is, or is that something that is, this might not be a question for you, I'm not sure, or is that something that is handled on the school division level?
So that is one that's outside of my bailiwick. I can ask the division counsel if he knows the answer to that, but I do
Yes,
not.
Ms. Wall, the evaluation process is governed by VDOE protocols and evaluations. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. I have one more question. The strike provision in the state code. You mentioned that the state of Virginia prohibits employees from striking.
That's correct.
And it's clear that there is no right to strike in this resolution that we're giving it here. Can you address that a little bit more for the benefit of those present, how Virginia governs, the right to strike or not to strike, and what does strike mean? That might be something that would be of benefit to those present.
So, great question and a good point, because although this may be intuitive to people like myself who play in this space regularly, it's not intuitive to most folks. So Virginia has a statutory definition of what is a strike and also what is the penalty for employees who strike. So we have in our definition section, which would appear on page 3, there is a definition of strike which is taken directly from the language in the Virginia Code. It's 2 or more employees working together for the purpose of, now I'm quoting, obstructing, impeding, or suspending any activity or operation of their employing agency. So that's what a strike is defined to be under Virginia law. Virginia law also, this is again in section 40.1-55 of the code, goes so far as to say that if employees do engage in a strike, as I just defined it, then they must be terminated from their employment, and they are ineligible for reemployment with any agency or any governmental entity in Virginia for the next 12 months. So all of that is spelled out by the code.
Okay, and there's nothing that we could do, could be put in a collective bargaining agreement to supersede that or cancel that, right? Because that's going back to the conflict of laws question.
That's the previous question you raised, where something in the code would govern and overrule any conflicting provisions in our resolution or the body of a collective bargaining agreement.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Ms. Zargarpur.
I want to kind of discuss a little bit about Virginia Code. Should something change in the code that would allow us a little more flexibility as a board to put in some of the things that employees have been interested in, just for example, the evaluations? Would that be something we have to officially go back and revisit, or is it something that we just amend as a little minor thing if a Virginia Code thing were to change?
So we already have language at the very end of the resolution. It's the part that only the lawyers ever read. It's section 15 that talks about conflicts between the resolution and any, I'm looking at 15A right now, in the event of a conflict between this resolution and any state, local, or federal law or regulation, state, local, or federal law or regulation shall prevail. So that's, again, kind of the point Ms. Wall and I were just discussing. So legally speaking, if the General Assembly were to amend the code to create new rights for teachers that are not already here in our resolution, the teachers would get those rights automatically because the code would supersede. We could certainly go back and then amend our resolution or amend the body of any collective bargaining agreement to be consistent with that.
Because there are things that, that's another, this is nitty gritty stuff, not really technically a question for tonight, but like Ms. Wall mentioned, like duties and things like that, or I believe you said, yeah. And that's not something that's regulated by the state. That's kind of a situational by school. So I think there's probably things that are very generally bargained for, and then things within your building. Is there, maybe Dr. McDade can answer this, is there going to be a mechanism for addressing issues that do come up as they come up? Maybe school-wide or things like that? Does that make sense? Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, because we know a collective bargaining agreement is supposed to cover sort of a broad base of things, correct? But if there's something going on in an individual building, what's the mechanism then?
I mean, we already have mechanisms for addressing situations that happen in individual buildings. That's not going to change. We're not going to eliminate any processes or regulation or, protocols that we follow in accordance with Virginia law to address whether it's a grievance or, problems with evaluation, et cetera. So, we'll continue to be responsive to concerns that may arise.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that's clear, too. Thank you.
Nope, okay. Okay, any more questions? Okay, for Division, Ms. Wall, yeah?
All right, my last question, I don't know if this is a good question or not, but if right now collective bargaining is permissible because of a state statute that was passed in 2020, I believe.
That's correct.
If the state legislature were to repeal that permission, what then happens to any existing collective bargaining agreement? Do you happen to know the answer to that? Would it be null and void, or would it continue until the end of its term?
And that has been the source of much conjecture. I spoke on a panel on this subject at the Virginia Bar Association meeting, and I would not say there's consensus. I think it's certainly safe to say that no agreements could be negotiated after that decision by the General Assembly. What's unclear is the effect upon an existing collective bargaining agreement that's in place that has not yet expired. What would happen to that? Certainly many people think it would expire because the underlying authorization has been taken away by the General Assembly. There are others who believe, no, it would continue till its expiration.
Okay, and I suppose that it could also be addressed in the legislation.
And that is something which could be addressed statutorily as well. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, I think comments or any further questions? Board? Okay. At this point, then, I think the motion, we didn't make a motion, I'm sorry. We do need to make a motion. We had the presentation. So a motion is in order, actually. Ms. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, I move that Prince William County School Board approve the collective bargaining resolution as presented.
Do I have a second? Second?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Zargarpur?
I second.
Ms. Zargarpur seconds the motion. Okay, discussion. Okay, Ms. Wall?
Well, I've always believed that it's important to have a multitude of voices represented. So tonight I'm going to share what I would call my dissenting opinion about collective bargaining. So many who have heard me speak on the subject of collective bargaining over the past several months understand that I do not agree with the direction the board is going on collective bargaining. Philosophically, I disagree with unionizing public sector professionals. I especially given the school board's unique constitutional basis for and legal obligations to direct the operation of its schools. I disagree with the board's approach to collective bargaining on several grounds. First, on a purely fiscal basis, I oppose this approach. The school board does not have taxing authority, as we've heard tonight. We cannot raise revenue to cover additional costs that may result from any bargaining process. Second, from a public policy standpoint, unlike union negotiations with a private corporation, union negotiations over wages and benefits with publicly paid school teachers is, at its heart, negotiating against the taxpayer. We should never forget that it is hardworking Prince William families who are the payors and the source of the money over which we have stewardship. Finally, there are provisions in this resolution that I do not support on principle, and if I had four others on the board who would support it, there are a number of additional provisions that I would include. But I wish to speak a little bit more from a little bit broader lens. In past board meetings from this dais, I have offered many reasons why I oppose collective bargaining, and I'm not going to go through all of those now. But all of those reasons roll into one undergirding principle, which is that I do not believe that collective bargaining is in the best interest of children. In fact, I believe the opposite. I believe it will have a negative impact on our students. And based on what I've seen so far in Prince William County from our union leadership and from other school districts nationwide that have implemented collective bargaining, especially during the pandemic, I believe it will also negatively impact our teachers. Sorry, bear with me, this is my dissenting opinion. At the peril of carrying a popular metaphor to its logical end, I note that the board has given PWEA a different kind of seat at the table than they had before. And before that chair can even be scooted up to the table, the division is graced with these boorish table manners and demands to set the menu and even the grocery list needed to create that menu. What I've seen so far gives me great concern, especially over the last 2 weeks. The current environment has become increasingly toxic. Despite calls for unity, ironically deriving from the same root as union, and pledges of working together and acting in good faith, this push for collective bargaining has been nothing but divisive. In short, I fear that this contentious approach to cooperation that we've seen over the past several months is what we can expect from now on. I hope I'm wrong. I don't believe collective bargaining will benefit our workforce. In fact, based on this deleterious and toxic communication that I've witnessed and experienced thus far, collective bargaining will lead to a decrease in employee satisfaction, and in its current form and leadership will hinder and not help constructive communication between the division and employees. Furthermore, since last spring, I fear the further negative effect collective bargaining will have on the relationship our schools have with our communities and on the reputation of our school division. In addition to the previously mentioned adversarial relationship that collective bargaining creates between teachers and tax-paying parents, conversations in the community, and especially over social media in particular, have become extremely toxic. Not once have I heard a serious argument about how collective bargaining will help our children and the families of Prince William County. And yet, for any who have not read it, the school board's code of ethics reads, I will refuse, this is ethics number 12, I will refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interest or partisan political groups or to use my position for personal gain or prestige or for the gain of friends or political allies. I have personally witnessed disturbing use of power and influence to hyper-politicize the collective bargaining issue and to influence elected officials. I know this board collectively wants to fulfill their obligation to do what is best for our students. I commend every member of this board who has resisted the efforts to thwart politicization of this issue and prioritization of children and the fundamental responsibility we have to make sure that they are learning. You know, school boards are not like other political bodies, and we have talked about this tonight. We are a nonpartisan board. When each of us was elected, there was no D or R or I next to anybody's name, and yet, because collective bargaining is a foundational plank in one party's platform, and I know that, a tremendous amount of political pressure has been exerted on this board to the point of demanding that they act against the best interest of the ones they were elected to serve. I speak specifically of individuals with a clear political agenda who have been, quote, hustling hard behind the scenes, quote, to pressure the board to amend this resolution to fit their purposes. But again, our duty as a board is not to any individual or any party, it is to the children and the families of Prince William. So lest anyone think that I only have theoretical or general objections to collective bargaining, let me turn now to the merits. One, my first issue of concern is the participation threshold. My question is, why wouldn't we want to hear from the people PWEA claims to represent? Why wouldn't you want to demonstrate widespread or at least a majority support? An estimated 27% of our employees currently belong to the PWEA. Approximately 5% of our employees both belong to PWEA and voted for current PWEA leadership. 5%. Talk about a seat at the table. What about 73% of PWCS employees who do not belong to the union that purports to represent their interests? Arguing against a participation threshold in the election of the exclusive bargaining representative is, to me, an attempt to disenfranchise the majority of our employees. Giving that 73% a seat at the table should not be in question. You cannot let 27% of the employees choose the course for all. Arguing against greater participation is, to me, a red flag. And let me be clear, if the union is serious about representing PWCS employees, then it should be able to show leadership sufficient to convince those it represents that what they're proposing is worth it. That's the union's job. That's the role of the exclusive bargaining representative. Put another way, if a majority doesn't think it's broken, then what business do you have fixing it for them? If employees are not engaged in this issue, or worse, don't know that a collective bargaining resolution is being proposed, which is likely the case for some of our 73% of the employees who don't belong to PWEA, if employees are not engaged or unenthusiastic despite their best efforts to call for a seat at the table, then that is on the union. It is not the division's responsibility to do the union's work for it by allowing the 27% to dictate what happens to the other 73%. If we are making this substantial change to employer-employee relations, we should have a clear indication that this is, in fact, what our employees want, And the union should know that they are in fact who the employees want as their exclusive representative, and not just a small subset of employees. It is important to their success, too, to know that they are the right ones that the employees want. It's the responsibility of any group seeking to represent our employees to inform and engage these very employees. Engage them on the issues, not just the slogans. Start with engaging them on whether they agree with giving you the power that you seek. My second issue of concern is fair and open elections. I would like to see the elections remain in person. This is because, as a matter of principle, I believe that people need to trust the process. And a just trust us on this is not good enough for me. There must be measures in place that on their face protect the integrity of the election. My third issue of concern is semantics. I've repeatedly heard the attack line of pass a meaningful resolution. Again, one of those illustrations of vitriol and the adversarial approach this leadership group has decided to take. Let me state clearly that if anyone thinks that what this board has come up with is not meaningful, then by all means, let's postpone this. I said before, and I'll say it again, that I am certainly fine with keeping to the meet and confer process that has served us well and allowed us to give our employees the largest raise in PwC's history last year, and raises each year that I've been on this board. Lest anyone doubt my commitment, I have supported all of those raises and all of those improvements that have been proposed to working conditions that have come before this board. If this resolution is not meaningful, as alleged, then let's not waste any more time on it. Let's use the countless hours we've spent on this issue, instead discussing what we can do and need to do to help improve student achievement, rather than this supposedly not meaningful collective bargaining. You know, a synonym for not meaningful is inconsequential. To argue that this resolution is inconsequential defies reality. It is anything but inconsequential. It represents the most consequential decision that this board will have made besides hiring our superintendent. For better or for worse, the jury will be out in the coming years on which it will be. If the conflicts over verifying signatures last spring or the present conflicts now have anything to bear on the determination, then I fear it will be for the worse. And finally, as for being done behind closed doors without a seat at the table, these are nothing more than empty campaign slogans. I know for a fact that there have been regular sit-downs at the table, face-to-face meetings with PWA leadership have occurred throughout this process. So it is clear that there has been at least as much seat at the table before this resolution passes as there will be once it does. For all these reasons, I am not in favor of this resolution, and as they say in the legal profession, I respectfully dissent.
Mr. Wilk? Yep, nope, okay.
Thank you. So, where to begin? Actually, start of a Neil Diamond song. So first, I do want to say I'm proud of the collaboration and work our team has completed, and the fact that we are on the brink of passing collective bargaining resolution. This started a while ago. I know this was something initially pushed on my end, and I know Ms. Jessie was active at the beginning and the onset of it. Ms. Zagapur was helpful as well. So I want to add, as a board, we are a collective body of individuals representing constituents across this county. These constituents include parents, non-parents, teachers, non-teachers, conservatives, moderates, liberals, Democrats, Republicans, independents, however many subgroups you want to put them. The definition of operation with good faith, according to the American Bar Association, has been defined as honesty in a person's conduct during the agreement. The obligation to perform in good faith exists even in contracts that expressly allow either party to terminate the contract for any reason. Collectively, our team, including Dr. McDade and our legal counsel, worked in good faith with the Teachers Association. Our board members have been diligent and participated in multiple trainings on collective bargaining. Although some of us had specific changes or areas we wanted to see improve with the resolution, we as a board need to work collaboratively and effectively to pass the proposed resolution. Unlike other jurisdictions that are doing absolutely nothing with collective bargaining, or Fairfax County schools who have literally buried it to oblivion, we are moving forward by setting the floor for collective bargaining in this resolution. I want to mention that by operating in good faith, our legal team worked with both local union and state union to discuss their requested changes. In all, we have been told that roughly 33 changes were requested by the other side. I'm pleased that the majority of board members were able to come to a consensus with about 15 of these changes. Some of these changes have already been reiterated, but in the resolution include clarifying the lead teachers' grade level chairs are in the bargaining unit, allowing for union use of PWCS email systems, increasing the showing of interest for an intervening union from 20 to 30%. One, I lobbied for eliminating what is the automatic union decertification language in the event of a strike, but also requiring the union to publicly disavow any support for the participation in the strike. This has been popularly called the poison pill. Granting the neutral third party the ability to contract with the vendor to assist with elections. Another I actively engaged my colleagues with was giving PWCS and the association the option of holding elections in person, by mail, or a combination of both. I will mention that these elections, as stated earlier, will be held in multiple locations throughout the county for ease of access. Another example of one I lobbied for changing was the elimination of the provision that says no request for certification could be filed before January 1st of 23. This was following last meeting where this issue was one of the top issues, I was told, because they felt like the union felt that it was boxing them out of this upcoming year's budget discussion. As everyone knows, the full list is available online for transparency and for all constituents to see. This website also includes questions and answers and everything the community at large needs to know about this process. Teachers, both members of the association and those who are not, have been able to view these updates and have their questions answered online. As stated many times before, I have personally worked on collective bargaining for well over a year. With the goal of stability in mind and having an acting working relationships with my colleagues and the superintendent, I am willing to support this resolution as it stands. For one, we have collaborated successfully with multiple stakeholders involved in this process. Although certain parties may not have received all the requests in the proposed resolution language, I will remind the community that this is a floor and not a ceiling. The community, my fellow elected officials, and the teachers I see 3 to 4 times per week in my school visits, which I have increased now this year versus previous years, that they know I have advocated for them. They know that I come to their schools consistently because I'm a present fixture and pragmatic. My constituents appreciate and respect my advocacy for all stakeholders. No one group was ever going to be completely happy with the full language of this resolution, and I was never going to vote in lockstep with any group. I ask any teacher who's watching tonight, if you are in one of my 15 Potomac school buildings, to please continue approaching me like some did last night at Triangle Elementary and other buildings, and talk to me about this. I'm open. There's no retaliation. I know how that goes from 9 years ago. So I'm open and collaborative and will hear you. In closing, I want to reiterate that I'm satisfied with the overall collaboration of the board on this language. Even though this resolution will not please everyone, as evidenced here, this is a floor and not a ceiling. I look forward to continued collaboration with all stakeholders, including association members and non-association members.
Ms. Jessie.
Thank you. You all know that I am and will continue to be a strong advocate for teachers. The PWA is a part of teachers, but I'm an advocate for teachers, and everything that I do is geared towards supporting teachers. On back to school night, the teachers at Vaughn will always tell you that I have the same introduction. Welcome to meeting the best teachers on the planet. It's what I say, it's because what I mean, and guess what? When you tell teachers they're the best on the planet, they become the best on the planet. I think Dr. McDade remembers me talking about supporting teachers. I'm very concerned with the turnover. I'm very concerned with the stress levels and all those things. But one of the books that I read a great deal, and I do some presentations, and I've done presentations throughout the United States. And the book is called Love 'Em or Lose 'Em. And I believe that you either love people or you lose them. At the end of the day, the teachers do the work. During my more than 3 decades of tenure, I've seen everything. And I've seen everything in classrooms. And this may sound a little bit gross, but it happens in classrooms every day. I remember walking in a 4th grade classroom. One kid was blowing spit bubbles, and the other one was picking his nose. And the teacher just kept teaching. And I thought, this lady puts up with this every single day, and she doesn't complain. I had a student who had some intestinal issues that required us to modify, and the teachers and the staff worked to make sure it happened. I have always supported this organization. But for the life of me, I cannot understand why any of you would expect me or any member of this board to allow a substantive change in policy that affects every teacher, bus driver, teacher assistant in this system be implemented without us requiring some documented evidence that they know what they're voting for and that they're active participants. One of the reasons you want collective bargaining, and you know I've supported you, I've been out there with you, I've talked to you on Zoom, I've tried to do everything I can to support you, to have a seat at the table, because during my tenure as a principal, I know that there was no, we talk about this whole thing of there is this seat at the table, and there is, we're going to have these people come up and talk to central office, and I know it didn't happen. Teachers came to me all the time because they knew that I would advocate for them. But if you want to have a seat at the table, you want your voices to be heard, and I'm in total agreement. I think you need to think about the fact that this is not an election of an official for an office. This is a policy change at a building level. You know who the people are. As a principal, if I had something this substantial happening in my school, there would be no way I would let 20 or 30% of the people in that building make a decision for all the students in that building, all the teachers in that building. So I think that when you think about seat at the table, I think you guys also need to think about having other teachers have seats at your table. I don't see this as a big pull, because I don't see it as a major problem, because when you have a seat at the table, your food is good, you've got the right thoughts, people are going to support you. I don't think you need to worry about the 50%. Maybe you guys are. I'm not sure why you're worried about it, because I remember when we first came to this board and we were talking about this process, and I finally said, why don't we look at a different certification process? Why don't we have another cert? And because at that point, this thing was going down the tubes, and Justin and I can verify that. And I wanted to bring this back so we'd have an opportunity. This is not a perfect solution, but I have honestly, I'm sad to say, I have honestly been threatened more or less about my position on this board as an elected official unless I do certain things. And I can't work with that. I can't do that. So I want you to think about the image Because if you guys are concerned that you're not going to get 50%, that's going to go out to all the other teachers out there. And you need collective bargaining. And I think that if you would stay with that thought, one of the most difficult things that I experienced as a principal, we'd have math night. Nobody showed up. And I would say, did you market it? And they would say, well, you know, we sent out an email and whatever. And then I would say, come back with a better plan. When they came back with a better plan, marketing is a very difficult thing. And I'm not sure why your leader is telling us that she can't market this to get people to vote. I think that some people may have misinterpreted their certification as meaning that they have collective bargaining. I'm not sure they understood the second step. And I think that needs to be presented. Meet and confer, I've been here forever. And I will tell you, there was no meet and there was no confer. But I think that the resolution as it stands, we are ahead of other counties and we can modify and adjust down the road. But so you guys have to get out there and get these teachers to know that they need this. And I support you, but I cannot support having a few people make a decision for everyone, because it's going to affect all these teachers. So I thank you for coming. I love hearing your voices. I'm just having problems understanding why all of this vitriol and pressure is being put on people. And it's not who you guys are. And as you go forth, I think a positive approach would be better to bring in the staff and teachers. And I'm repeating myself, but I support collective bargaining. And your teachers will support collective bargaining. I may not support this whole thing of you guys have to have this, you have to have that, but I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a question person. That's what I do most when I sit up on this dais. And I have found it interesting throughout this entire process that most of the time when I ask questions, it's been interpreted as my lack of understanding or information. I ask those questions because we are the second largest school division in the state of Virginia. We have 91,000 students, which means there are even more adults that belong to those students, and that there are even more members of our public who may not even have students in our public school system, but still pay taxes. It will always be who I am to ask questions and to do the best that I can to inform those listening of the details and facts and whatever it is that we have discussed. I have found it quite disheartening that my process has been attacked as a lack of information or as a misconstrued way of trying to move things one way or the other. And I've heard that pretty much from the beginning of this entire process. I just want it to be perfectly clear that that is why I do what I do. And to mention, I come from a district that isn't often the most vocal, which is why I ran on providing a voice for those who often don't speak up. I don't have a district that loves template emails or even enjoys coming to little meet and greets and things of that nature. I have to go to them. During this process, that is what I've done. I've stopped teachers and other educators and bus drivers and custodians where I found them, whether it was back to school night, Walmart, homecoming, games, anywhere that I knew. I've called and talked in person, corresponded email to find out, what do you feel about collective bargaining? And my question has been, I have a responsibility to make a decision. What do you think? How should I vote according to what it is that you understand. Overwhelmingly, I've heard much misinformation, that collective bargaining is any and everything, that people can strike, that people can do this. I've even heard we're doing collective bargaining. This has been a really long process. It takes a lot to get a well-informed public. And in the years that I've been sitting here as a school board member, I can tell you we do a really good job. I've often said the only thing we don't do is knock on doors and literally read policy to people. And I know on occasion I've actually done that when asked. This has been a challenge because I think in most part, people think that collective bargaining and negotiations is a nice process. It's not. In its nature, it's adversarial. I know this not just because of what I've learned and studied since the bill was introduced in the general legislation and through all of the trainings that I've been through, but I also actually went to school for conflict resolution and peacekeeping and an integrated studies degree. So I'm very familiar with being a neutral, picking a side, whatever the case may be. I support collective bargaining because I overwhelmingly believe that most of our educational staff believes that this is a symbolic action that we as a board can take to validate their experience. Not because of all of the information that they have been given, provided, understand, or don't understand. I think that's important because our educators do deserve to feel heard and validated. This overwhelmingly seems to be the number one action that they have asked this board to do to substantiate that. It doesn't seem to make a difference for much of a period of time, no matter how many raises we give, that we are able to give, because again, we don't control the purse strings. It doesn't matter that we've hired ombudsmen or put forth policies or try new programming. This has been the number one ask. And as an elected representative, I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem is when people decide, or we hear from the public, that whatever our private political affiliation is, that it is the ruling factor of our decision making. Like it or not, the law requires us to be nonpartisan. Period. We are who we are. Some of those affiliations are embedded in us as a person. They are part of our moral and value makeup. That's often why people group together. But when we sit up here, we have an obligation to be nonpartisan. That's important. And it's not the first time that I said that, and it will not be the last time that I say it, because I mean it from the bottom of my heart. This board has worked collaboratively through our differences, our disagreements, to support each other, to do our best to come to agreement, to provide the best that we can do for our constituent base. I have not sat up here and been with a more collaborative board in all the years that I have been in this seat. I also want to make it clear that at no point in time, and I know it's been said repeatedly, but it doesn't seem to stick, that nobody in this process will get 100% of whatever they ask. I also want to make it clear that that should not prevent anyone from asking. It's your right to do so. But I will draw the line in being receptive if those asks are made in an uncivil or threatening manner. This is not a full-time job, but we all put in full-time hours. All of us understand what it's like to work multiple jobs because we do. All of us up here have either had students in the school division or have students in the school division. I don't think there's a single board member up here that does not value teachers or does not deal with education support staff or people in a building on a regular basis for our own needs in our own families. This is an important decision that we face. It literally affects every single person employed in the school division in one way or another in our outlying community. It should not be taken lightly. But I also want the public and our educational staff to understand that each of us has a different role and a hat to wear in this process, and it's your duty and our duty to be as informed and educated on what it is that we're supposed to be doing at all times. I am very pleased by the requirement to have participation. I said that initially when we approved the certification process, that I would like the maximum amount of voice in this process, because that's how it should be. At no point in my time in service has that been a problem. If there's an issue before this board, people show up in droves. It should always be that way, in my opinion, whether I agree or I disagree with the people that show up. You have a right to do so and should. I hope that when this resolution passes, that all of us take time out to really ask each other what it is that we really want and be very clear about that. Because one of the things that have bothered me the most about this process, and I've asked a lot, is what is your definition of meaningful? There's been a lot of moving of the goalpost on that, and a lot of last minute, it could be or it might be this or that. But this is a very serious process, just like most of the things that we do. And it's important to make those definitions clear so that everybody on any side of the table can understand the ask. And I hope that as we continue down this road, that we will all do our due diligence, honor our responsibility to be as educated as possible, to continue to dialogue with each other before we sit down at a table and negotiate, and it becomes adversarial. Such is the nature of collective bargaining. I want to thank the people who did reach out for questions and did take time out to speak and learn more about the process. I greatly appreciate that from those who said they were in favor and from those who said they were not. I hope we move forward in good faith on all sides, and I hope that our employee base does feel validated by the process and does feel heard. And I hope that whoever the elected representative is does their due diligence to continue to dialogue with their constituent base so that they understand the needs 100% before they come to the table. Thank you.
Ms. Zargapur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I'm going to center myself for just a moment in this. I heard several people bring up the fact that I am a union member and I work for another division. I mean, that's true, which I think gives me a little bit more responsibility to ask a lot of questions and make sure that this is absolutely the right thing to do. I've never been anything but consistent in terms of saying we need to know what exactly is involved in this process. We need to know what we can do in this state. We need to be able to build capacity to be able to make sure we get the things we want eventually. And when I've listened to teachers, I've heard everything from, I just want to get collective bargaining, pass it, to, hey, can you do something about making sure in retirement all of these things are taken care of for us? Well, you can't do that one thing without building capacity. So I've been very consistent in saying we need a good, strong agreement, a resolution that we can build on. And I believe that is what we have. Now, centering the staff here in the county. I know Prince William is always ending on the bottom of the pile with funding and all of that. And when I joined this board, I was very excited that I had like-minded board members who were in our own capacity doing the things we could until we got to this point. Expanding the baby bonding thing, making sure that we got reliable raises, not just some little thing. Aside from the pandemic, I get it, that was rough. Whenever people have brought up their issues in their working conditions, the amount of trainings that have been put upon you this year, the changes of everything that we went through in the pandemic. I have been there nagging this school division on your behalf. And I do it quietly because no one wants to be called out publicly. And we can move things. Now we can get collective bargaining, and it sort of changes things a little bit. It does invite more voices to the table. So I'm asking tonight that we think about how we can work together, continue to be collaborative, continue to grow what we need to do to make everything more equitable and better for all of the employees as we work through this process. I'm keeping it short tonight because I know we got things to do.
Ms. Jackson. Ms. Ralston, did you have anything to add?
No, I'm just going to listen.
Okay, wonderful. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. One thing I have observed over the past 2.5 years is those who are very invested for or against a cause find it hard to put themselves in other people's shoes or to observe active listening or compromise. Before I go further, I know that there are some people who are new here tonight, so I'm going to briefly summarize the last 2 years. Virginia expressly banned collective bargaining for public employees since 1977. During the 2020 legislative session, the General Assembly considered several bills seeking to repeal the Commonwealth's prohibition on collective bargaining for public employees. Ultimately, the General Assembly passed, and the governor signed a bill that gave school divisions the option of adopting a resolution effective May 1st, 2021. The bill came with no additional funding. In March 2021, the school board proposed a resolution that identified the need to research collective bargaining further. The end of that resolution read, resolved that Prince William County School Board hereby renew its commitment to the established PWCS meet and confer process and defers action on whether to implement collective bargaining until such time as the division is able to return to normal operations, and that the school board has had sufficient time and resources to assess feasibility of implementing any form of collective bargaining in the Prince William County School Boards. At that time, PWA leadership advocated for the removal of this proposed exploration of collective bargaining and characterized the actions of this resolution as voting against collective bargaining and recommitting to meet and confer. This was not accurate, but the resolution was removed from the agenda. Fast forward to July of 2021, when Dr. McDade started the intensive process of ensuring a smooth transition and listening to all stakeholders, including staff, all during a pandemic. In March of 2022, PWA turned in a petition and affidavit requiring the board to vote on whether to allow collective bargaining, effectively changing, as they were told then and has been reiterated again recently, how the board communicates with this association. Simply put, it is imperative in situations like this with legal ramifications that communication be thoughtful and accurate and have one central point of contact familiar with the practical and legal ramifications from this decision. Next, the school board voted in open session to adopt procedures for the submission for certification of the petition, and PWA was promptly told they would not need to be doing any additional work to collect signatures. Although attorneys from VEA, Virginia Education Association, and the school division were communicating throughout this period, other parties were distributing a lot of misinformation. Accordingly, the board published a set of frequently asked questions to share with the public. PWA expressed concerns about the verification process, and the board made further concessions and amended the procedures it had adopted related to the verification of signatures in support of their petition. Evidentially, the signatures were verified on June 15th, and on June 15th, the school board agreed to adopt the resolution providing for collective bargaining. During this time, constituents and staff emailed for and against collective bargaining. Some were concerned that the teachers could strike, that it would impact evaluations and impact parent voice. Others expressed the need for their voices to be heard in a greater context than meet and confer. At the June meeting, the board requested division staff draft a resolution, which was posted on September 30th, 2022. Between then and now, the school board's attorney met with attorneys from VEA and most recently with a new lawyer that PWA has hired. Moreover, PWA leaders have met with division staff about their concerns regarding this resolution. Labor has been consulted and involved. This is seen by the 15 changes made to the resolution presented at today's presented today at PWA's request. Additionally, in my opinion, this board has made multiple good faith efforts to negotiate and address PWA's concern, including the promptness of this vote. Further concrete evidence is seen throughout the timetable I just detailed. However, I will remind everyone, collective bargaining is bargaining, listening to both sides. So that leads me to what appears to be the major concern, asking staff to participate in an election. I understand teachers and staff are busy. I get it. But you are asking to be the bargaining agent for our employees, to represent them at the table, to know what they need. This is fundamentally changing the relationship and our ability to advocate, and you will hold the livelihood and well-being of our staff in your hands. And too many don't even know that this is happening, and they deserve a say and encouragement to participate. In 2019, I left my classroom so that I could bring a teacher's voice to this board, and we have done that. We have brought raises, baby bonding, a new superintendent focused on climate, included retention in the strategic plan, advocated for countless other concerns, and negotiated throughout this process. One of my guiding principles as a parent, a special education teacher, and a board member is inclusion. I ran on it. I actively listen. It doesn't mean I can do exactly what you want, or maybe there was a compromise you didn't see, but I actively listen. I also want to remind everyone that we are in the business of education, and every vote we make, we shoulder the responsibility of considering the impact on students' education. I am inherently concerned that the impact in this campaign on students, and that I believe all leaders should remember that climate impacts classroom. I know firsthand the impact that climate of this school board has on schools, because I taught here. Also, given the symbiotic relationship of staff and students, encouraging the voice of all staff, determining the bargaining agent is essential. Not meaningful for some, but meaningful for all. A driving force is to bring an inclusive voice and support this core value through my votes. My vote tonight and support for encouragement of voting is further evidence and commitment to making schools a better place for learning and a better place for teachers. And to do that, I must ensure all perspectives are considered, all shoes are seen, tried on, and walked in. And my support for this is my support for understanding the will of the people and the will of the employees. But inclusion, the noun and the verb, is much like having a seat or creating a seat at the table. It is not multiple choice. The more chairs, the better. That includes when deciding who represents them as a bargaining agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I will wrap it up as seeing there's no other. Mic is on, Ms. Jessie. Did you have anything to add?
I'm sorry.
Okay. So number one, I want to thank Division Counsel, Superintendent McDade, the PWA, teachers, and the board for grappling with this process over the last 6 months. Ms. Jackson gave us a nice timeline there of what we've done. We have done something that let me offer, we heard the dissenting opinion. Let me offer the prevailing anticipated majority opinion, and from my colleague here, Ms. Wall, on her dissent. As I offer this, I tell you that I support the resolution. And I want to thank the board for all the hard work they've put through this. This process has been thoughtful, methodical, efficient. We will be the first large school division in the Commonwealth to do this, third or fourth, I think, in the Commonwealth overall. We're doing it without taxing authority. We're doing it as one of the lowest funded school divisions in the region, as I mentioned last time. And I've spent most of my 4 years and change on this board looking for money under every rock in this county, in this Commonwealth, whether it's from the Board of County Supervisors, whether it's from, this tax or that tax, or whether we can get money from the county or the state and, lobbying our delegates and the governors over the course of my time. We have a responsibility here on this board to maintain fiscal responsibility. We do zero-based. We have to do our budget, and we have to take care of many, many things. And we're the largest employer in the county. We have tremendous responsibilities. We have to maintain a AAA bond rating so that we can save money by borrowing for less and doing more for our children and our families. We're one of 5 or 6 counties and divisions in the Commonwealth with a AAA bond rating. One of few in the country. And that's a big deal. So everything we vote on, everything we do is reflected, and the rating agencies look at this to say, hey, look, are we going to keep them with a AAA bond rating? What are they doing? Everything this board has done since I've been on this board has been committed to making this a better place for people to work. We've been recognized by Forbes magazine as the #1 school division to work for in the Commonwealth. We have made significant strides compared to where we were. I would challenge anyone to look at any other board in the past that has done more for teachers, for employees, for all employees at every level in the work that we have done. And it is very hard to find that. So I thank this board for this hard work they're doing, and every single one of them who's committed to this hard work every single day. And as you hear from folks, you can hear what you want to hear, but I can speak to this board and their hard work and their commitment to the good stuff. As I said, this will be an historic vote, the first large district to do so. Is it perfect? No, and I can tell you I've been 100% consistent that everything I have voted for since I've been on this board has not been perfect. It's not been perfect. There's not one single vote I have taken on this dais and anything that I've supported that has been perfect. No budget, no raise. I've always wanted more raises. I've always wanted more money for our students. I've always wanted more money in the classroom. I've always wanted more. And I recognize when there are those who want more as well. And we're all working together to collaborate to see where we can meet and how we can get together on where we can be. I do believe, and I will say this as the prevailing majority opinion, that collective bargaining will be another tool in our toolbox to make this place a better place for our employees. I do believe that. That's why I'm supporting it. Is this resolution perfect? Is it what everybody wants? No, but it's what I can get past, what this board can pass, and what we believe, the administration, division council, what we can afford, can actually happen. And it's a start. As you heard from a number of members, it's a living, breathing document, and we'll relook at this over time as this plays out. So without further, I think I've hit all my points here. I told you I haven't voted on anything that's perfect, right? Okay, I covered that. And you've heard from some of our members about, political ideologies and so forth. It has been, I've been called everything under the sun in the county. I'm not sure sometimes when I go to bed where I am. I've heard it all. And so, I just don't know sometimes. But with that, I will ask the board, if there's no other discussion, Mr. Wilk?
I have to read a conflict of interest.
Okay. Mr. Wilk will read us his conflict of interest, but we will then take the vote. Mr. Wilk, please read your conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to Virginia Conflict of Interest Act, I'm informing the public once again that my wife is employed as a teacher in the Prince William County Public Schools, but I'm able to participate fairly in this transaction, which applies to all Prince William County school employees.
Please vote. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes from the Neabsco District.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Wall, motion passed.
We're moving on to Mr. Chance Williams, our student representative Here this evening, we're going to hear from the Forest Park High School. After that, we will take a recess for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll hear from the superintendent. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Good evening. Monday, I had the chance to meet with the Student Senate to gain further insight into issues throughout the county, as well as what we want to work towards. The county has over 90,000 students, and with the help of the Student Senate, the other student representatives, and the student voice committees, I want to make sure...
If the audience who are leaving can please keep quiet as they're leaving, we're listening to our student. Williams.
Of course. It is crucial that the board see the student perspective of things, as sometimes things can go unseen by others. I want to help give the board student voice and assist in any way possible, which is what I plan to do with my remarks. With the change of the county logo and the early action deadline rapidly approaching, I feel it's the perfect time to address college readiness throughout the county. Many students feel unprepared for college entering senior year. Many juniors don't know things they need to know to prepare for senior year. Some juniors at Forest Park and Colgan didn't even know you had to pay for the SAT and the ACT. Throughout the county, there are small patches of lack of preparedness that we need to close. Forest Park has a deadline for early action transcript requests that guarantees that in 10 days, transcripts will be sent to the recipients. Potomac High School hosts FAFSA and Common App workshops to make sure students understand how to prepare for college. This shouldn't vary by high school, or we run the risk of students missing out on necessary information. Every day a student waits due to lack of readiness, they miss a chance to get scholarship money from colleges. The sooner we can fully prepare our students, the better. We must do better preparing our juniors for the next steps and making sure our seniors know all their options. Students across the county believe the information has to come sooner and has to be more visible, as there is no point in the information being out there if nobody knows where to find it. I also want to talk about how the students feel regarding the board. Most students genuinely don't acknowledge the board, as most issues don't directly pertain to the student population. The board does a lot for students and teachers, and it doesn't go unseen. But I believe the board could possibly do more to gain further insight into their schools. I'm not suggesting working later or creating new resolutions. I'm saying go to a class and shake hands with a student. We enjoy seeing you at football games and at events at schools, but we'd also like to see you in the classroom the same way our principals visit and Dr. McDade visits. We understand you are busy and we appreciate everything you do, but following the schedule of a student or seeing how a teacher teaches, you could learn something new. Talking to teachers in the classroom, sitting among the students, following a lesson plan, these things are far more impactful than stopping to take some pictures. Next, I want to talk about something extremely important to me, which is our robotics program. As I speak with my next few words, I not only speak as the voice of the students, but as the voice of the robotics program. Last year, the all-county robotics team, Team 4472 Supernova, made it to the World Championship for Robotics. Under the lead of Ms. Karen Cinnamon, who also coaches the Forest Park robotics team, this team worked nonstop to build a robot from scratch and earn the way to worlds in 8 weeks. When robotics season first began last year, the county, through Spark, provided the team with $3,750. The cost to simply register the team is $6,000. When the team made it to Worlds, the county gave them an additional $3,000. The cost of Worlds registration was $5,000, plus team travel cost over $15,000 for 36 team members and coaches. The average cost for this team to compete just without getting to Worlds is $25,000 between registration fees and the cost of materials and parts. This form of robotics is the most advanced level robotics program offered. During the season, this team meets 12 to 24 hours a week from January to April. This team takes in-class learning and turns it into hands-on experience, sometimes teaching things you can't learn in a classroom, while winning awards in engineering and design. The county has shifted and began to focus on career and technical education, propelling students into the future. This team accomplishes that. The robotics program accomplishes that. The money the county gives to these programs is a fraction of the cost. The money given to robotics teams is simply not enough to sustain them. They are constantly looking for grants, sponsors, and fundraisers just to compete. The robotics season throughout the county lasts from September to April, if you make it to Worlds. The county wants these students to do well, to represent Prince William County Schools well. These teams can do that if we give them the aid they so desperately need. As a student who has participated in robotics since elementary school, I've watched coaches and students struggle due to budget constraints, and I've seen teams outside the county flourish due to them receiving everything they need. At Worlds, I saw teams whose county provided them with over $10,000 on top of scholarships. I encourage the board to view the success of our robotics teams and also think about the achievements these teams could reach if they had access to the necessary materials, if they had the county truly backing them. We are proud to represent Prince William County Schools, and I will always brag about how great our district is. We look forward to another successful year with your support. Thank you, and that concludes my remarks.
Outstanding, Mr. Williams. Thank you very much. Very good remarks, and we do truly appreciate it, and we are just excited to have you on this board. At this moment, we'll take let's do how about a 12-minute, what time is it now? 9:36? So let's come back at 9:50, 14 minutes. Okay, folks, if we can start finding our seats and okay, everyone, I think we'll get to our seats here and go as soon as we're all ready. We will move to superintendent's time. Dr. McDade.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. In PWCS, we are doubling down on our efforts to support and ensure post-secondary success. In my last letter to the PWCS community, I wrote about my experience filling out the free application for federal student aid, my denied request, and the school counselors who helped me fill it out correctly. I was lucky to have attended an exceptional public high school with the principal and counselors who cared about what was happening to me and had the skills and resources needed to help me obtain the financial support to go to college. But our students' futures cannot be left up to luck. We know what students need as they prepare for life after high school. There are steps that we can take as a school system to ensure that our young people find their way and to recognize that some students need more support than others. In alignment with our strategic plan, Launching Thriving Futures, we are committed to ensuring that every student has a plan for their future, has access and resources to launch it, and has support and supervision to graduate prepared for post-secondary success. Many PWCS high schools are currently hosting FAFSA workshops for families to get the financial resources needed for college. Please check in with your high school's college and career counselor to learn more about FAFSA workshops and other opportunities to support your child's post-secondary education. Additionally, all PWCS high schools have a college and career counselor to support students in their post-secondary aspirations. Their role is to prepare students in college and career readiness toward whichever path they may choose. Parents and guardians should encourage your senior to set up a meeting with their college and career counselor and visit our PWCS scholarship resources and databases webpage, which can be found through www.pwcs.edu. Transitioning now to our observances. PWCS joins the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities in recognizing October as Virginia Disability History and Awareness Month. The goal of disability history education and awareness is to promote positive attitudes in schools, creating a culture of mutual respect, understanding, and equal opportunities for all. I encourage our students, staff, and community members to visit imdetermined.org to raise your awareness, learn about the history of disability, access resources, and find ways to engage. This week, PWCS recognizes several groups who ensure the safety of our students in a plethora of ways. America's Safe Schools Week, Custodial Services Employees Appreciation Week, and National Bus Safety Week. And today, we recognize School Bus Transportation Employees Appreciation Day. We encourage everyone to join us in thanking these invaluable employees today, this week, and every week. We are grateful and thankful for our amazing staff and their continued commitment to the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of all students. Next week, PWCS will acknowledge Red Ribbon Week in honor of Drug Enforcement Administration agent Enrique Camarena, who gave his life in the battle against illegal drugs in 1985. We pledge and renew our vow to be part of the creation of a drug-free America. This year's theme, Celebrate Life, Live Drug-Free, reminds us that living a life that is drug-free is living a life worth celebrating every day. Schools throughout our division will carry this message to all students through various activities and remind our children that they have the power and fortitude to maintain control of their lives and their future. Before introducing our State of the Schools presentation, I would like to congratulate our finance department. Prince William County and Prince William County Public Schools received a reaffirmation of its AAA bond rating from all three major credit rating agencies, Fitch, S&P, and Moody's, which we pride ourselves with that, and Dr. Lateef mentioned that earlier. Finally, PWCS will be closed on Monday, October 24th, in observance of Diwali. May the Festival of Lights bring all who practice it joy, happiness, and prosperity. At this time, we will move into our annual State of the Schools address. This is a pretty in-depth presentation, so it will take some time, but it is incredibly important that we share this information with the public. As a school division, we are committed to creating transparency and ensuring that our families and community are authentic partners in education and equipped with the information needed to support their students' learning. This year, every school shared their school's individual data with the school communities, and tonight we'll share the data for the division as a whole. As we continue to work toward recovery, acceleration, and re-engagement, it is critically important to illuminate both the forward progress the school division is making, along with the many challenges that continue to remain post-pandemic. The purpose of the presentation is to provide the current state of the school division post-pandemic, along with key takeaways that can be gleaned from the data and next steps for continuous improvement. There are a few things to keep in mind. Number one, a wealth of research now available to school divisions across the nation shows that academic recovery from the pandemic will be a multi-year process. Number two, it's important to note that a direct comparison between school year 2021 achievement data and school year 2022 cannot be made, as SOL participation increased over 60% from the prior year in the total number of tests taken. This is important to consider when we are looking at trend data across multiple years. A recent educational research brief conducted by NWEA posits that elementary school students may need at least 3 years to catch up from the pandemic to where they would have been if the pandemic did not happen. And middle school students would take a minimum of 5 years. The study did not include high school, but examined assessment results for more than 8 million students across the country to estimate the number of years it would take to fully close achievement gaps in reading and math. Based on what we have learned from the existing body of literature, we are utilizing the data provided in the State of the Schools address to inform current and future instructional practices while accelerating growth in the hopes of reducing the time for recovery, with the understanding that there is no one panacea for full recovery, which will take multiple years. PWCS remains on par or ahead of the state in overall academic performance. However, it is important to note that all school districts in the Commonwealth are struggling with the same challenges shared across the country as quoted in the NWEA research that I highlighted today, as well as the wealth of research conducted from educational institutions across the country. In PWCS, growth highlights include significant growth in mathematics for grades 3 through 8, although we are still not at pre-pandemic levels, but math did suffer the greatest impact over the past 2 years. So seeing that growth shows that we are moving in the right direction in math. Steady increases in literacy, including early literacy indicators, and growth across all student populations, with the largest growth in reading for Hispanic students, which is our largest population of students. Areas of struggle and needed improvement include decreasing dropout rates, specifically for our English learners and Hispanic students, which impacts the overall on-time graduation rate, as well as the need to increase the overall proficiency in science. You'll see science did not increase at the same level as reading and math. Our educators and leaders are working diligently to bolster core instruction and implement research-based best practices, which are yielding results. I am extremely grateful to all of our educators and school leaders for their unwavering commitment to PWCS students and families. We are in year 2 of implementation of our unfinished learning plan and 1.5 years into our 4-year strategic plan. We will stay the course and implement our current strategic plan with fidelity, as strategic initiatives in the 4-year plan are designed with long-term improvement and impact in mind and in direct response to some of the data that you will see this evening. I want to thank every single school board member for your continued engagement and commitment to academic progress, especially over the last few weeks, as you each protected a significant amount of time for us to share and unpack a wealth of data with you individually. Your probing questions, your feedback, ideas have been insightful, embraced, appreciated, and will inform our efforts toward continued improvement to ensure academic achievement for all students. At this time, I would like to introduce our new Director of Research, Accountability, and Strategic Planning, Dr. Tim Neal, to kick off our presentation on the 2021-2022 PWCS State of the Schools Address. Dr. Neal will be joined by Ms. Rita Goss, our Associate Superintendent for the Office of Teaching and Learning, and Ms. Denise Hebner, Associate Superintendent for the Office of Student Services and Post-Secondary Success, to provide this comprehensive update. Following the formal presentation, we will facilitate Q&A for any questions beyond those that the board may have already shared with us. Dr. Neal?
Thank you. Dr. Lateef, school board members, Dr. McDade, good evening. It's my pleasure to share with you tonight the first report of our state of schools on our new strategic plan. So the overarching goal tonight is to share with you the data from the 21-22 school year, but also then take that data and determine what are the key takeaways and what are our next steps. The basic shape of this presentation, to construct this narrative, I want to provide a little bit of our regional context for you about us and our surrounding school divisions, do a really quick overview of our strategic plan and then its commitments. The bulk of our time will be spent doing data dives on those 4 commitments, which you can see on the screen: learning and achievement for all, positive climate and culture, family and community engagement, and organizational coherence. And then we'll end with the key takeaways and then what we're going to do with this data. How are we going to take this into this next school year and change our practice? So this slide shows a little bit of the contextual data about Prince William County and our neighbors. So here you can see that in some places, for example, we have a relatively high proportion of students with economic disadvantages. We have a fairly high proportion of L students, and we're one of the highest, the second highest in terms of total number of students. Also on this slide, you can see the FY22 cost per pupil, and you'll notice that out of all the divisions listed, we had one of the lowest cost per pupil. I should note that for this next year, we are increasing student spending to close to $15,000 per student. Again, SOL participation, as Dr. McDade stated earlier, the pandemic, we had a dramatic decrease in the number of students that took the tests. So pre-pandemic, we had a fairly high participation rate. Pandemic hit, participation dropped previous year. Last year was a return, so in some cases, we had a 90% increase in the number of students that were taking a test, so it usually ranged between 60 and 70%. So our strategic plan is broken into 4 different commitments: learning and achievement for all. That's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time, but we'll also look at positive climate and culture, family and community engagement, and organizational coherence. For each one of those commitments, we've shared some or all of our objectives. So here you can see for learning and achievement for all, 3 of our objectives are to provide equitable opportunities for students, prepare them for post-secondary education in the workforce, and to prepare staff members to support and challenge all students. So by 2025, 100% of our schools will be accredited.
Just as a quick overview of the accreditation process, VDOE looks at school quality indicators and uses those indicators to determine whether or not schools meet accreditation criteria. They then assign one of three ratings: accredited, accredited with conditions, or accreditation denied. For this current year, 93% of our schools are accredited and 7% of our schools are accredited with conditions. I should note that this is atypical for Prince William County schools, but it does reflect a pattern that you can see across the state. This next slide is looking at SOL performance, specifically in reading in grades 3 through 8. This slide is a little bit different than SOL data that we've shared in prior years. In prior years, we've shared SOL data from grades 3 to 12. We've narrowed that range here just to the elementary and middle school years. The gold bar will always be the current school, or the just past school year, so there'll be 21-22, with the dark blue 2021, and then the light blue 18-19. As a reminder, we didn't administer SOL tests in 2021. So this is that same data broken out by student subgroup. So again, you can see our reading pass rates for all students, and then students with disabilities compared to students without disabilities, students with economic disadvantages compared to those without economic disadvantages, and our English learners compared to our non-English learners. This is that same set of data, but for mathematics. I'm going to start to sound a little bit like a broken record because the patterns that are coming out of this data are fairly consistent. So what you'll see is a fairly high-level performance in 18-19, a drop, and then a gradual increase for most groups. This is that same data, SOL performance for grades 3 through 8 for mathematics, broken out by student group. And then also broken out by race and ethnicity. So another goal we have is to increase our pass advance rate for SOL tests in grades 3 through 11. So here you can see the pass advance rates in reading, broken out by ethnicity. Those same data broken out by student group. And then again, moving on to mathematics, pass advance rates in grades 3 through 11. Also broken out by ethnicity or student group. And then lastly for science, our pass advance rates by ethnicity and by our student group. I should note that one of the challenges with our science tests, unlike our reading and our mathematics tests, which are done yearly, science tests are cumulative for a series of grade levels. So the grade 5 science test measures 3rd and 4th grade science. So a new metric in our strategic plan is that by the end of 2nd grade, all students will be, 80% of our students will be reading on grade level. So what we are looking at here is a table that shows reading performance as measured by our HMH literacy assessments. And you can see by the end of 2nd grade last year, 66% of our students were reading on grade level, on or above grade level. This table also breaks it down by race and ethnicity, and then those same data are shown by student subgroups. Again, the similar patterns persist where you see lower performance with our English learners, our students with disabilities, and our Hispanic students. So we have a target of getting to 95% on-time graduation rate. That's shown in the horizontal bar at the top of the chart. You can see that we had a decrease in our on-time graduation rate last year, down to 91.7 for this year. Just as a reminder, our on-time graduation rate is the graduation rate for the group of students that start in one cohort and finish within 4 years, with exceptions made for our English learners and our students with disabilities who are granted additional time. This is our on-time graduation rate broken down by ethnicity. And that same information shown by student subgroups. So another goal for us is to have 60% of our graduates meet the SAT college and mathematics benchmarks. So this slide shows the number of SAT tests taken, the number of graduates, and the percent of students that took that SAT test in that cohort. So you can see out of last year, approximately 43% of that cohort took the SAT. That is up slightly from the prior year. And in terms of meeting the benchmark, you can see in this chart, the horizontal bar across the top at 60% is where we want them to be. And you can see for a mathematics benchmark, both for the current year in gold and then prior years in shades of blue.
Dr. McDade, can I ask a quick question? Just for clarification. Is there an ACT slide?
There is not an ACT slide.
So do we track how many students are taking the ACT instead of the SAT? Because I mean, 43%, I can tell you my children don't take the SAT, they took the ACT.
We do have that data, and we can provide that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's important if we're going to look at, we should look at both, maybe.
One of the reasons, yes, we can and should look at both. One of the reasons that we've gone with SAT is it is a more rigorous standard that shows college readiness, and so more highly selective schools do look at the SAT first. So that's one of the reasons that we've been, pushing SAT, because we do want to increase the rigor and expectation in terms of college readiness. But we absolutely can provide ACT. But I did want to give that perspective in comparison for the two.
I appreciate that, Dr. McDade. And just on that note, just as I worry about, as colleges are changing their sort of dynamics of what they're looking at, if they're moving away, moving more towards test optional, are we going to start shedding the numbers of students that are taking both the SAT and ACT? So are there other ways for us to monitor college readiness? Is something maybe people are thinking about.
So this slide shows the college SAT college readiness for both reading and mathematics. So they have to meet the benchmark in reading and mathematics together. This shows the benchmark for reading. Actually, let me correct that. Let me go back, if I may. This is for mathematics broken out by subgroup. This is the SAT benchmark for reading, broken out by race and ethnicity, and then also by subgroup. And then this slide shows the college benchmarks where students have met both math and reading. And that same information broken out by student subgroup. So another goal that we have set that is new in the strategic plan is that our students, 100% of our graduates will have post-secondary plans in place. So this slide shows the percentage of students over the last several years who have created post-secondary plans. Now, the post-secondary plan is the culmination of multiple activities over their course of their educational career. In their senior year, by the spring, they've met with their guidance counselors, and they've worked on creating and formalizing a plan for what they want to do after they graduate.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Dr. McDade, this is a great slide. Can you just comment on this? I mean, it's a particularly high jump just in the last 12 months.
One of the things that we're doing is trying to make sure that every student has a concrete post-secondary plan, meaning that a counselor is, working with them to ensure that post-graduation they are identifying either college enrollment, meaning that they've applied to colleges and gotten accepted, or they're going into the military, they're going into the workforce, et cetera. What I found is that students who have a concrete plan at graduation are highly likely to be more successful than those who are leaving on graduation day without a plan in their back pocket. We are working to even refine this more. To make sure that we have evidence points. So even when students have a plan, if they say, for example, I'm going to West Point, that we actually have evidence of their acceptance so that we're documenting that, and that we also can work with students over the summer so that we don't see summer slide or summer melt, so that they actually step foot on those college campuses in the upcoming year. So we're doing more to refine this, but Denise's team has been putting forth an all-out push and effort to make sure that all of our students, we want 100% of our students to have a concrete plan. So this has been a focus for the new post-secondary office that Ms. Huebner is leading. And so I'm glad to see this, but we're looking to even do a little bit more here and make it even more evidence-based.
This is wonderful. Thank you very much. Ms. Williams.
I'm sorry to interrupt too, but this is, to me, a game changer and something that levels the playing field for all of our students and all of our families. I know that having a post-secondary plan has been a cornerstone of independence non-traditionals. One of the things they do for all of their students coming through, but I think prior to this new strategic plan and your being here as superintendent was sort of school by school. And for a lot of those students who are first in their family generation to go to college or economically disadvantaged or come from other countries where their culture doesn't encourage or are familiar with the amount of planning that has to go into life after graduation, this is I think, one of the key tools that will absolutely provide every single student with the same opportunity for success no matter what path they choose when they graduate. And I just really sincerely appreciate that, because it will no longer matter your family history or your income. Everyone will have the same chance coming out. And that just brings me a lot of joy, and I really appreciate that this is a key priority of this school division moving forward for everybody. Thank you.
So the pattern of post-secondary plan completion persists across student groups as well. So this slide shows the percent of students completing advanced coursework or in dual enrollment. Again, you can see a general upward trend, although from 2021 to 21-22 there was a dip, and this pattern also persists across all race and ethnicities and all student subgroups. This is a new, slightly new objective for us, or goal for us rather, and that is all of our graduates will have completed dual enrollment courses, advanced courses, or seal of biliteracy or industry credentials. And again, you can see a significant upward trend across all race and ethnicities here, and an upward trend in subgroups. Another new metric for us are the number of monies brought in by scholarships. So we've set a goal. We've set a goal of $260 million, and here you can see in the last year, approximately $91 million in scholarships were offered to our students, representing about 35% of that goal. That's also broken out by school on the table.
I just want to add one thing to note. One of the reasons that we're really pushing FAFSA completion, because students, in terms of looking for and qualifying for scholarships, it is important that they still complete FAFSA completion. So that's one of the reasons we've been pushing for schools across the county to offer FAFSA workshops, and I talked about it in my report today, because it's a missed opportunity for scholarships when they don't complete the FAFSA. And a lot of times families may feel like, oh, I may not qualify, I don't need to complete it, but everyone needs to complete it because of scholarships, work study, student loans. So there's a wealth of resources that are tied to FAFSA completion.
I think, Dr. McDade, that's a great point. Everyone has to fill it out. If you're going to get a scholarship, even if it's a merit-based scholarship, they still need to see the FAFSA. So it's not just for financial, aid. It's for all sorts of everything. Everyone needs to fill it out. And I would remind parents too that you may not qualify for your first child, but when your second and third child go to college and you add those into the FAFSA and you're saying you're paying tuition here and you're paying tuition there, you then become you then qualify actually for financial aid after they've seen you've been paying for one or two children already. And so I know it's a terrifying form, and it's just scary to think about moving forward with this. There is a FAFSA simplification law that actually passed. I don't know if that's in effect this year, or I know the form's going to get easier to fill out. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm not sure if you touched on it, but this was self-reported data, because we know that there are potential that students or families have rewarded other scholarships they just haven't reported. So I just want to make that plug so that hopefully our students will report all of their scholarship monies when received, so that we can continue to have a better picture of what that looks like for our PWCS families.
And our counseling teams are going to be pushing, they've seen this number, they know it's self-reported, and so they're concerned about that too. So they're going to be pushing, students to share and asking for that information as well.
Hi. When I first came to the county to the board, I met with Rebecca and I asked her about the scholarship opportunities. And she said at that time, a lot of the scholarships were being sent back because no one applied for them. And my husband and we're in various community groups, and I think that sometimes these smaller scholarships, the 10,000, the 3,000, the 2,000 scholarships, they're getting lost. So I'm glad that we've got more career counselors, and I hope that you guys would check out some of those small scholarship offers, because you can pile those things up and make a great deal of money, or provide a lot of support for students going to college. So I'm glad that this is a new slide. Thank you.
Dr. McDade, and you're going to hate it when I say this, but if you look at that last line on PWCS at 91 million, I believe there is a lot of room to grow here. I believe that number could be doubled easily with the kind of effort and the work we're going to focus on. And this board committed to hiring those career counselors at each high school. You're seeing just in year one in these slides that this, just even attention to this, is going to make a difference. And I really believe, and I'm not saying you have to double it, but I do believe we can. We're not going to hold you accountable for that, but yeah. we have to do it. And I challenge this board and everyone listening. Our counselors are doing an amazing, incredible job. I'm just so impressed with the newsletters I'm receiving and everything. And that's even your middle school counselors and your elementary counselors who are saying, look at these programs. The level of communication I've seen just over the course of this last 12 months has been over the top, and I believe that will have a direct result into changing those numbers, and we really should aim to double or triple them.
I mean, we are expecting that we're going to surpass our 4-year goal for sure. So I'm taking you up on that. And I don't hate that you said it. I agree with you. I want our students to get all of the financial support and resources that they can to be able to realize their dreams in post-secondary success. So I'm here for it, and we will continue to keep pushing, and hopefully we will double. Ms. Jessie said triple. It's getting a little heated in here, but she did a silent triple, but I did see the triple. So, but we are pushing to surpass the goal.
Okay, Ms. Zargarpur.
I think it would be very nice to have students who have gone to college or whatever their chosen path. I'm thinking college just because of the scholarship issue and FAFSA and things like that. But anybody who's gone to a technical school or even the military, if there was an event or an opportunity for them to come back to the schools and talk to the kids, because last year I did get to see a young lady who had gotten into Harvard, and she came and spoke to a bunch of kids who were, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, didn't really matter. And she just gave her advice, talked, from a kid perspective, from a student perspective. It was really helpful. And watching the dialogue going back and forth was really interesting because what the kids sitting there were interested in asking her about. Some of this is also, you might hold a dream in your heart about going to Harvard or wherever it may be, but you don't maybe see yourself as that person. So maybe having some kids who've gone through the process, have them come back and talk. I think that'd be a fantastic.
I just wanted to add that I think about 2 weeks ago, my daughter does SAT tutoring in college prep, and we were invited to the Ron Brown Scholarship Award. And there are at least 2 students from Prince William. One was one of my daughter's students, but have received that award, that scholarship. That's a major, major scholarship, and there are hundreds and hundreds of primarily African-American students who are doctors, lawyers, and that's a scholarship I think we really need to look at also.
I just want to piggyback on what Ms. Zargapur said. As a parent, my son who graduated in 2019 was able to come back and speak to culinary students because he's a chef, and the impact that it had was great. I don't want to burden our administration with making that a requirement, but I do know that it is valuable. And while we are focused on what happens to our students when they leave, providing a pathway or a way for them to be able to come back and do that, because some of the things that I heard from students who graduated is like, how will we do that? Like, do we have to reach out to somebody? So just little things as we continue to build. I think that that's a wonderful insight, and I know it is meaningful and impactful. And Ms. Dogpur is right. As a parent, I had a whole set of, you should go on there and talk about this. And the teacher was like, you should talk about this. And that was not the most those were not the most impactful things that the students were looking for my son to speak on. And so I do think that is a very great point raised, and not to say that we need to do it immediately, but as we continue to grow and build on our focus on what happens when we leave here, that would be a terrific add-on.
So that is Learning and Achievement for All. If we were to look back on all of those slides as a quick summary, you can see moments of growth where performance is increasing, students are taking some of those advanced courses, the post-secondary plans are being created, but you can also see our gaps in our performance groups, in our English learners, gaps with our Hispanic students, gaps with our students with disabilities. Moving on to our positive climate and culture, you can see we've got 3 different areas to address here. Provide a positive learning environment which fosters inclusivity, connectedness, and encourages social and emotional well-being. Having students and staff feel supported, and being a welcoming and sustainable. So this slide shows our chronic absenteeism rate for last year. That is the gold bar. Just as a reminder, chronic absenteeism is defined as missing 10% or more of the membership days, and the membership days are the number of days that you are enrolled for that school in that school year. So last year, if you were enrolled for the entire year, the days membership was 173 days, which means if you missed 18 days, you would be considered chronically absent. This is that same data broken out by race and ethnicity. And the next set of slides is going to go through student subgroups. So this is our chronic absenteeism for students with disabilities, English learners, and students with economic disadvantages. As you can see, last year posed a substantial challenge for chronic absenteeism. We also have a goal of reducing our dropout rate by 10%. This is primarily focused on our Hispanic students and our English learners. And so here you can see the dropout rate in general is right around 6%, but you can see for our Hispanic students, they're quite a bit larger.
I think Ms. Wall wanted some clarity on this one. Ms. Wall the question was around like how are we going to get 10% if we overall are lower than, for all students than 10%, which is a really good call out. So I think it's important for us to explain that for, the public that's watching this. One of the things that Tim is calling out is that when we talked about decreasing the dropout rate for all students by 10%, it was a clear focus on those student populations that were in the double digits. So when you look at Hispanic, if we decreased that by 10%, then you would see less of a disparity across all of the subgroups. So I just wanted to call that out because that was something that you probed us on, and so I wanted to make sure that the public was clear on that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That was something I was not really sure like how we were interpreting that, but that makes a lot of sense. And as I look at this, we do have groups that are in the double digits, which is very concerning. And so we know now, I mean, this data is actually very informative because it helps us know where we can target our efforts to get that, to keep those kids in school, make a difference in their lives.
Thank you. I just want to commend some of the leadership that I've been able to witness, especially when it comes to principals and back to school night and addressing this issue head on. The shift in culture and messaging from having gone from several years ago, prior to the pandemic, back to school nights, and hearing truancy officers make this presentation and seeing some of my families in my district react like, you're just going to put me in jail, so I'm not going to tell you anything, to the new culture and climate of having administrators and teachers go, look, please come talk to us about this. What is exactly going on? We can work with you. We have this kind of supports. We have this kind of programming. And I think if we continue to spread that message, that we are willing to work with families, that we have, especially for some of our high school students, alternative paths to graduating that's not a traditional means, especially if you come from a family where you have to work multiple jobs just to stay in your home. Knowing that those options are out there and available, I think is really important to combating some of our absentee rates and understanding our families and how they operate, especially in the current economic climate for this county, for a lot of our families, that what they experience, especially in my district. I just want to note it that it's very much appreciated, this shift. And I heard that directly from a lot of our families this year at Back to School Night. So thank you.
I want to comment on Back to School Night. I've been to a lot of them, and it was very different this year. And they said, she gave us a template. I said, a template, so everybody you can't just do whatever you want to do? And they thought, well, not really. But I think that the schools where they really did use that template and they presented, I always say you present the good, the bad, and the ugly. And they really did present the good, the bad, and the ugly. But more importantly, they showed plans for continuous progress, what they were going to do differently for the next year, and parent participation and what they expect from parents. I think it's a new day because you have to deal with your current reality. And, I've worked with Title I and Title I schools for years, and until you deal with your current reality, you really don't get better. And I have one little joke that I have with Dr. McDade, I think she's running for office because yes, you are, because I see, if you look at the video, there's one place where she's stolen somebody's baby. And she's got this baby on her hip, and I call her every time and I say, what is this with the baby on the hip? But the thing is that she looks very comfortable in these situations, and I think everybody made note of that. So I just want to say that I really enjoyed going to Back to School Night, and I did some comparisons, but it's really different. Thank you.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you. This slide shows the dropout rate by student group. Again, you can see some disparities there. Again, dropout rate by ethnicity. Moving on to a metric that we've had for a while, and that's exclusionary discipline. So this shows the exclusionary discipline rates for all students, and then broken down by student race and ethnicity. and also by our student subgroups.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to pause here, and I imagine, I'm not sure if it's going to come up later, now is a good time, but I've been consistent in my call out for disciplinary practices for our Black and brown students, for our economically disadvantaged students. I know that it is a systemic issue, and it's always been a work in progress. I'm not sure if now or later is a good opportunity to address some of the changes and things that we're doing, because I think it's important, right? Our numbers are not where they should be, especially considering the pandemic. We still saw an increase for those particular groups. And I think it's important that the public know that we're actively working and continuously working and evolving our practices to make this equitable for all of our students, because it's not acceptable to have a smaller portion of our population receive more disciplinary action than other groups. So I'm not sure if now is a good time we can address some of those things or later in the presentation. But if we could speak to that, I think that's important for our public to know that it is a priority and it is something that we're actively working on.
And we can talk a little bit about that in the next steps, but we are actively working with schools to reduce exclusionary discipline, especially through restorative practices. I know that all of the level associates are working with their individual schools, even establishing goals within their continuous improvement work plans for those schools who may have a significant number in terms of exclusionary discipline. So it is one of the areas of focus based on the strategic plan goals, as well as what we're seeing in individual school communities.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I look forward to a little bit more detail.
So this next slide shows our teacher retention rate for certified staff for 21-22 and prior years. You can see there was a drop in our teacher retention rate from 2021 to 21-22. So our target is 90%, and for this last year, we're sitting just about 90%. A slightly new metric for us this year is to have our Title I schools teacher retention rate be parallel to that of the entire division. So this slide, in the blue bar, you see our teacher retention rate overall, and the gold bar shows our Title I teacher retention rate. So it's about 3% off.
Ms. Wall.
Can I ask a question about this just really quick? You said this is a new metric that
Correct.
we are doing. So do we know data then for like last year, the year before, or 5 years ago? We were not tracking this?
We were not calculating,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. So we'll be calculating it going forward.
Correct.
Thank you.
Also, a new metric in our strategic plan is administrator retention rate. We've set a target of 95%. The gold bar shows the current administrator retention rate at the school level. So that would include our principals, our assistant principals, and our directors of school counseling and our directors of student activities. And that sits at right around 90% as well. This slide shows student feelings of safety as measured by our 2022 Climate and Culture Survey. This is broken out by level. So on the far left, you can see elementary students. The middle set of bars, you can see our middle school students, and the far right, you can see our high school students. The blue bar represents safety overall. The gold bar represents feeling safe from bullying. Although those two are related, we have separated them because there has been historically an intensive look at bullying as something that's distinct from safety.
In this slide, I found it interesting that elementary students, if I'm reading it correctly, feel less safe than high school. Is there some reason for that? Has anyone looked at that? What's your thoughts on that?
So in terms of overall feelings of safety, which is the blue bar,
Yeah.
they actually feel more safe than middle school and high school students.
The yellow bar is safe from bullying?
But the yellow bar is safe from bullying.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. That.
And so although I don't want to hypothesize too much and go too deep, one of the things that seems to surface, especially when we field tested the surveys, were various interpretations of what does it mean to be bullied at the elementary level. So although we provided a age-appropriate definition, sometimes that doesn't always resonate with our elementary students.
I understand. Thank you. Good answer.
Just a quick question. That's the age group also where we start our anti-bullying education as well, correct?
I would have to defer to
Ms.
my
Huebner?
colleagues for that.
I see Ms. Huebner nodding in the back. That's good enough for me, because I think that probably plays into it, is learning what bullying is and learning how not to bully. And as it looks, I mean, I've been a big fan because I've seen, having one who's graduated and one who's now in elementary, the difference in understanding as they matriculate through the system, and also how much more prepared they are to deal with bullying and call it out as they get older. So I think that I'm just guessing, but I would think that has an impact into what we're viewing as well.
So moving on to family and community engagement. So in this commitment, we're looking at engaging families as authentic partners, working collaboratively with community agencies and business partners to support our initiatives, and ensuring honest, transparent, two-way communication. So the main metric for this commitment comes from our 2022 Climate and Culture Survey. 89% of our families showed high levels of family engagement and trust on that domain. So this is a survey that we are continuing to refine and make more robust. It was newly developed for this year, but we are confident that the information that's provided will both be valuable and useful for continuing to make progress. And lastly, organizational coherence. We're working to create systemic structures for strong cycles of continuous improvement and remove barriers in communication to facilitate collaboration. This is a terribly exciting slide for me. We have a goal of having 100% of our schools and departments have plans that are aligned with our strategic plan, and that has been accomplished. All schools and departments have submitted continuous improvement plans. All those plans are aligned with the strategic plan. All of our leaders have been trained in the continuous improvement process, and these plans are currently under review and being refined for continued improvement.
This is also very exciting for me because in my time being on a school board member, I think either number one or number two commentary has been on organizational coherence, and I appreciate this board and this administration's absolute dedication to, I'm going to borrow one of Mrs. Jesse's terms, the non-negotiables across the division, and doing it with fidelity and equity. So I really appreciate the slide being in here, and I really appreciate all of the work that's been done, because I think that's one of the things that our staff and our parents appreciate, and it does dismantle that this side of the county versus that side of the county, or this school versus that school mentality that we've made such a commitment to getting rid of. And I really appreciate all of the hard work that's done, and the fact that we've had such a great amount of buy-in from our staff and administrators in getting this work done. It's just, it absolutely deserves commentary, so thank you.
I want to echo that. I think this is great, a great slide as well. I agree with you. This is a great slide. I am curious if it is possible for a parent to request it, to be able to look at what the school's plan is. I'm assuming that Principal Advisory Council is somewhere where a parent could go to find out that plan or take a look at it or maybe be aware of it. I'm not sure. I just want to know, like, is that right? Would it be a parent advisory council, or would it be like reaching out to the principal to say, can I take a look at it? Or if they want to be a part of it, because I think, parents can be part of the goals too. If the parents know what the goal is that the school is working on, then they can reinforce that at home.
Yes.
So the answer is yes, Parent Advisory Council. Also, every school was required as a part of continuous improvement to have a continuous improvement team that had to consist of a diverse body of stakeholders inclusive of parents. So parent voice should have been captured in the continuous improvement, the development of the plan. Additionally, at back-to-school nights, schools should have been sharing some of the priorities in their continuous improvement work plans as well. So the answer to that question is yes, but also keeping in mind that parents and community members were invited to be a part of the actual CI team to help develop and set goals.
That's great. That's great. I'm glad you mentioned that because I think that goes to, you know, our other goal, which is to allow parents to have a voice in how things are going in their schools.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I just want to reframe that a little bit, and maybe Dr. McDade, you can help me. I think when most parents or most citizens watch this, they're thinking a continuous improvement plan of just looking at a simplified document, just a document, right? Because that's what we hear, or our stereotypical definition of a plan is. And I think it's important to highlight that in this circumstance, the data that is shared at back to school night is part of that plan, or there are other things that fit under how we define plan, but maybe someone at home watching wouldn't necessarily define plan. If you could speak to that a little bit, because I think that's where we miss a lot of the parents who say, but I don't know about that. But you have sort of been shown that information or provided an opportunity to comment. It's just from a different lens, but it's included in this plan.
Yeah. So the schools do have a physical continuous improvement plan that lays out the goals for the year that shows, just like we went through the current state here tonight, their plans show the current state of the individual school. So in back to school night, every parent that attended where the school presented the data, that's a part of the actual continuous improvement plan that lays out the current state of the school. And then goals that were shared are a part of the continuous improvement plan, and even the priorities that schools identify, like what they're focused on, what they're going to be working on. All of those components that are shared and communicated make up the actual continuous improvement plan to show where the priorities for the school is and the actions that they're going to be taking. So even if, you know, the school administration shares different programs, structures for acceleration or intervention, those are all a part of the actual continuous improvement work plan and not something separate and apart.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And that, Dr. McDade, it's something you monitor accountability and you look to see how they make progress towards their goals each year.
Yes, so this year we're implementing, our level associates are, you know, doing instructional learning rounds. I, matter of fact, had an opportunity to attend my first one for this year at Garfield High School. And as a part of the instructional rounds process, the school team shares a problem of practice that's identified in their continuous improvement plan. So multiple ways for us to engage with schools and to see what's happening. The level associates also will be facilitating progress monitoring sessions with their school teams, where they come and sit with the school team and review, you know, where they're on target or off target with their plans, where course corrections need to be made, and that'll happen at least 3 times for the school year, a beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year process.
So there was a lot of data in those slides, but we can summarize it into a few takeaways that show both areas that we've performed well and areas that we can grow in. So in terms of our performance, we do see improvements in grades 3 through 8 in reading and math performance overall, especially with our Hispanic students. Our participation rates rebounded. They increased dramatically. However, the effects of the pandemic on staff and students continue to linger. As Dr. McDade stated, research has indicated these are going to persist for a while, and these are manifesting in lower on-time graduation rates, increased chronic absenteeism, and it's taking its toll on academic performance. Also, we still have access and performance gaps for English learners, students with disabilities, and Hispanic students. So we have some groups that aren't taking advanced courses at the same rates as their peers. They're not taking the SAT tests at the same rate of their peers, or their growth on those tests are not the same as their peers. And so those are areas that we want to continue to grow in. And to talk about how we're going to take this information and and use it as part of our continuous growth cycle. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
Could I, Dr. Neal, during your presentation with me, one of the things that I wanted to bring your attention to was that the English language students, the students with disability, Hispanic students, there is also a persistent gap with African American students, and I don't want them to get lost in the shuffle because there are some really drastic losses but there's like a 20-point gap, and I think there's some slides, and I don't want to bring up the slides, but in the benchmark testing, and the other thing that I noticed was that the advanced students in the advanced, not advanced placement, but advanced performance, that there's been a decline in that. And I think there's been maybe a tendency to teach to the middle, and I'm not sure about the remediation on it, but the research says you accelerate, not remediate. But I'd like to see us develop a plan to really improve those in those areas. So, thank you.
And Ms. Goss is going to talk a little bit about some of the things that are already in place. I do want to reemphasize what I stated earlier in the superintendent's comment time about the fact that the current 4-year strategic plan is designed to be responsive to the data that we're seeing today. And so a lot of the initiatives that we started last year, continuing this year, and some that we're launching new this year are in direct response to the current state of the school division and anticipated losses that we knew were coming based on a plethora of research that was already widely available about what school divisions needed to do to address the fallout from the pandemic. So we're seeing the results of that now, the actual impact that has been predicted through the research. We're seeing that come to bear, but we knew it was coming, and we have been gleaning, learning from the research over the last 2 years. It informed our unfinished learning plan as well as our current 4-year strategic plan. So I want to make sure that we're clear to everyone that this is not an opportunity for us to now create new plans or add on or pile on more for schools, but instead to make sure that we're implementing our strategic plan with fidelity that's been widely socialized. Schools have developed their continuous improvement work plans, which is the local school improvement plan based on the strategies and initiatives in the 4-year plan for this particular moment in time. So just reiterating our commitment to implementing our strategic plan with fidelity, and then reminding everyone that we do have the 2-year unfinished learning plan. We're in year 2 of that. Last year was the first year. We're in year 2 of that. And so we do still have the federal stimulus dollars that supports that 2-year unfinished learning plan. And to your point, Ms. Jessie, around acceleration, the unfinished learning plan was all about acceleration, because that's the other thing that a lot of the educational research points to, that we should not spend time in remediation. That's not going to get us the double-digit growth that we need to see to reduce the amount of time for recovery. So I want to make that clear for our families, for our educators, for our school leaders that are paying attention to, so that they don't take from this that now there's going to be like new action plans separate and apart from what we're already doing. We're going to stay the course with what we're doing because it was designed to address this moment we're in.
So good evening. As Dr. McDade said, I am going to begin by talking about the next steps, first with learning and achievement for all. These next steps are high-level prioritized levers that we believe will have significant impact on the learning of our students and closing those gaps that you saw tonight in the data. And they are all aligned to the theories of action and goals and strategic priorities that we have in our strategic plan, Vision 2025, Launching Thriving Futures. The first next step that you see here is school leader professional learning on instructional leadership best practices for the instructional core and continuous improvement. This really has involved the re-envisioning of principal level meetings to be focused on deeper learning of instructional leadership best practices, focusing on the instructional core and continuous improvement as stated. Some might be wondering, from home, what is the instructional core? Dr. Elmore from Harvard University describes the core as the relationship between students and teachers within the presence of the content. More specifically, each of these elements is part of an equilateral triangle, with all sides being equal, and each of those elements being on each of the 3 points, so students, teachers, and the content. And in the center, the task that students are actually doing and were assigned. And so we are focused on really engaging in that. Looking at, relative to students, what is the engagement and agency that students have over their own learning? The teacher, knowledge and skill level, and then content, rigor, and relevance. You've heard Dr. McDade and all of us speak about the right level of cognitive demand and the alignment to the standards. And the relevance being, is it relevant to the student in their life outside of school? The next that you see around continuous improvement planning and implementation, targeting those student groups with the greatest gaps. You see 2 of them here, but like Ms. Jessie said, we have others. We have Hispanic students, Black students that have gaps in their learning. All schools and departments have learned and implemented a continuous improvement planning process that included that deep dive into their school data and the division data, using that data to determine the current state at each of the schools, determining a desired future state that's aligned to the strategic plan. They conducted root cause analysis to really determine what has caused those gaps, and then have developed their opportunities to improve through goals and theories of action and those action plans that we've already spoken about tonight, especially for those groups that you saw in the presentation. The next one is focusing on high-quality, accessible core instruction for all students through universal design for learning, multi-tiered systems of support, and language-rich interactive environments. It's important to note that all of these are really interwoven and connected. They are not separate and apart from each other. The core instruction is really that universal instruction that all students are receiving in their courses and subjects. Universal design for learning is a framework for really looking at and intentionally planning for instruction that meets the needs of the full range of learners. It helps to ensure that the learning is accessible and challenging for all students. It provides a framework for multiple means of engagement, representation of the learning, and action and expression in the classroom. It's really the why, the what, and the how that it prompts teachers to think about as we intentionally plan not just for the middle, as I heard someone remark earlier, but also for the students on the edges, the gifted learner, the advanced learner, the learner who needs additional supports. Multi-tiered systems of support. This, again, is a framework that really helps us identify and look at problem solving relative to student learning. It helps us identify students that are in need. The first part, there are 3 tiers. Tier 1, which sometimes people may also refer to as good first instruction, that's what all students are getting universally, as I spoke about before. It's the first step of any effective multi-tiered system of support is to really look and ensure that we are examining the health of that tier 1. The expectation is the majority of our students should be successful with that universal learning that's happening in our classrooms. Hence the reason why we must make sure that we are universally designing that instruction for all learners to meet the needs of all learners. Tier 2 is additional targeted supports. We provide those to identified students, again, using multiple points of data, who were not successful in that Tier 1 instruction and would now need some additional help in order to to make those kinds of gains and learning that we need them to make. Usually that's provided in small group. And lastly is Tier 3, which is more intensive interventions for students who didn't successfully navigate or learn in that good first instruction, that Tier 1, that universal instruction, or the additional targeted supports. And now they need additional intensive supports, usually provided to individual students, but sometimes in small groups. And lastly is that language-rich interactive classrooms. You saw tonight multiple points of data speaking about our L students, right, who are lagging behind the rest of our students in their academic areas, but also in graduation rates and their access to opportunities for advanced learning. So one of the things that we've really been focusing on, and I actually had the opportunity to be in some of that training today with our folks in teaching and learning, is around the 7 steps to language-rich interactive classrooms. These 7 steps really help create the conditions for success for all of our learners, especially our multilingual learners. We all know the research around students talking and writing and the importance of our students really doing the learning. All students need talking and writing as a part of their processing and their ability to build language, which includes vocabulary. So the 7 steps really focus and help teachers build in the processes, the steps in their room to ensure that students are getting those routines that really help every student actively engage in their learning. These are really supported by the research. Hattie's meta-analysis talks about the effect size, the high effect size of clear goals, teacher clarity, reflection, and evaluation, especially on the parts of students. And so these steps encompass that. The steps include things such as having structured conversations for all students to participate in, structured reading and writing activities, using random ways to call on students and invite them to participate, having students speak in complete sentences and use the academic vocabulary. One of the pieces that was being stressed today was that we want to always use the highest level of academic vocabulary. We don't want to simplify it to the point that it has lost that level of rigor, that level of cognitive demand. And so we are working to ensure that we are challenging all students to rise to that level of learning that we need them to have to succeed in that grade level learning. The last part is that norm facilitation of instructional rounds that you heard Dr. McDade speak about tonight. And that norming of practice, which is a way for us to systemically monitor the integrity of teaching and learning, that health of the teaching and learning happening in our classrooms. Instructional rounds is a non-evaluative way for us as educators to study and learn more about the teaching and learning and the health of that. It is modeled after medical rounds. So medical learning rounds involve a network of doctors going from patient to patient, talking about what they're seeing in the data for the patient, and thinking through the best way to approach getting the patient healthy. So as such, our network of educators come together from school personnel, teachers, leaders, central office folks, to visit and observe in classrooms, to focus on that problem of practice that was identified through those continuous improvement plans. Remember earlier I said about everything being woven together? So there's this tight alignment to that continuous improvement process and everything that we've placed in the strategic plan in order to promote us reaching those goals that we've set for all of our students. So as they go in and look at the instruction, they come out of there describing what they saw in non-evaluative terms. So we're not saying something is good or bad or the like thereof. We're really, what do we see and hear? What do we hear the teacher do and say? What do we see the students doing and saying? What do we see relative to the content? And importantly, what did we see with the task? Because the task ultimately predicts performance. And so they analyzed that collected data. They determined trends across classrooms in the school. And then the team, that network of educators, recommends next level of work for our teachers and leaders in the school, but also at the division. These are really powerful opportunities for the division to see trends across classrooms and across schools, across levels even, so that we can better and more effectively provide the supports and services that our schools need to get better at getting better. And again, all of this is based on research. We have based it on, to name a few, the meta-analysis of John Hattie, Marzano, Harvard University's Graduate School of Education work with Dr. Elmore, Doug Fisher and Nancy Fry's work, Stetson and Associates for Inclusive Practices, and of course we're also utilizing Dr. Carol Salva, who is identified by the state as one of the premier experts in multilingual education.
Ms. Wall has a question.
Thank you for going through each one of these steps, because I feel like I have a better understanding, and I know that's probably going to be beneficial to parents and others, maybe even teachers who are listening. So can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So with instructional rounds, it sounds to me like I was under the impression that it would be feedback for that particular teacher that was being observed, but it sounds to me like it's more of a tool for gathering, like this is what we're seeing in this classroom, et cetera, and then that what is seen across schools and grade levels or whatever you're doing is brought back, and then you're looking for trends and ways, things that you can do to improve overall. Is that correct? I mean, does that teacher get that feedback at all, or the teacher who's doing the observing, does the teacher who is actually I see there's a great benefit in actually watching people teach. But because you learn like, oh, what a great idea. I could try that in my classroom. But I'm assuming that's probably one of the collateral benefits, right? But am I correct in assuming that it's not necessarily for that particular teacher, but it's a little bit more of a way to gather and monitor the quality of teaching in the division?
You are absolutely correct. So we're not giving individual teacher feedback. What we are giving, right, is feedback about the instruction, right, around the problem of practice. For example, let's say we're focusing because the problem of practice has something to do with our students not doing as well in math instruction, right, in their math learning. And we went to math classes across all of the 6th grade math and 7th grade math. Then we would come back, right, and see what did we see, right, in the way of teaching. And when we analyze that data, we look at those research-based best practices, what was happening, what wasn't happening, what would we expect the learning of students to be based on what we saw in the classroom. And as such, right, we're making recommendations for the school relative to the instruction that we saw, not just focus on one teacher. There's other processes where we give individual feedback to teachers and coach and do that through the supervision and evaluation process, but also through the support process at central office, where we have instructional coaches and others go in and work one-on-one with teachers.
And then just to add a little bit there on tying this back to the continuous improvement plan. What it also does is it gives school teams data to show whether or not some of the strategies that they've enacted are actually taking root, if they're working. So for example, the school that I visited, they had done some extensive work to address their problem of practice, and they were seeing from the learning round process and the trends that came from that where they were making progress and should stay the course and even expand that into other areas, other content areas in the school.
Okay, thank you. That's really informative. So not only just, it sounds like it's real gathering of data and that we can pivot on that very quickly and correlate that data with that school's actual plan. So I expect we're going to see great results from this.
It has the potential to be really powerful for us.
Yeah.
And it also helps us really understand what do the numbers actually mean, right, in reference to the teaching and learning that's happening in classrooms.
Ms. Williams and then Ms. Jessie, or Ms. Jessie and then Ms. Williams.
The John Hattie meta-analysis research, I understand that I didn't know that there was an actual project or how he's translate that into actual practices until I went to Carrydale. Can you tell me a little bit about Carrydale with not a lot, but just a general idea, and are there other schools?
I don't think we're prepared to talk about individual schools today, just because we might not know what every school is doing individually. Every school's continuous improvement plan looks a little bit different depending on the data
No,
for their.
I was just interested in the John Hattie. Are there other schools doing this also?
I'm not sure if we've collected that kind of, if we've done that kind of
That school
assessment.
is up for an award, I think. Is there another school?
So we have a number of schools that are using John Hattie's visible learning research, and so I believe that school, plus a number of them, have gone to that training and participated in that training. So you'll see evidence of visible learning and the meta-analysis in visible learning across the division at different schools.
And we can follow up too to let you know the exact number of schools. Okay. All right, we just don't have the exact number.
They've been doing it, and you're talking about research-based practices. I'm glad to see that. Thank you.
So the next slide, I'm going to invite my colleague, Mrs. Huebner, up to talk about that.
Thank you. So I'm honored to be here and represent our entire team and the work that's being done across the division and our departments, and share some of the next steps related to inform our actions in the positive climate and culture area. I believe we all agree that there's a strong connection to student attendance and correlation with engagement for students at schools and a sense of belonging and feeling safe. So in addition to the Prince William County HEALS initiative that you heard about at one of our previous meetings, there are many strategies in our Thriving Futures strategic plan for ensuring that our staff and students have a positive experience in Prince William County schools. Our staff and student safety and well-being is a priority. Our team in risk management continues to enhance their security measures by conducting trainings of security personnel and school staff, and by working to refine our crisis protocols. Additionally, we've increased our staffing to include the addition of security staff at the elementary level, and there's a noticeable difference in increased visibility of security during the school day and at after-school events. This is achieved through the implementation of uniforms for security staff, as well as the establishment for protocols and increased staffing at events. In addition to our students' physical safety, the emotional and mental health is a concern that we recognize needs to be addressed. And our mental health professionals are ensuring that we're following up with parents on the needs assessment that our students completed at the start of the year. As a result, our school mental health professionals are partnering with parents to determine the supports such as individualized counseling or group counseling. We're actively monitoring and collaborating across multiple departments to create and utilize a dashboard. The system will help us analyze student attendance as the data to anticipate rates and to project and prioritize interventions for potential dropouts. Our goal is to know our students by name and by need, and to have a personalized plan to meet each of their needs. Attendance Matters is a public relations campaign I hope you've seen and will be continued to be deployed throughout the 22-23 school year. And we're monitoring our unexcused absences by our school attendance officers. And our students who are at the greatest risk of exiting education prior to receiving a diploma are being assigned support corps members and team counselors in order to ensure their needs are being met. Collaborating across the central office departments to clearly define opportunities for credit recovery, remediation, alternative learning options, and better utilizing existing resources to track risk factors is in action so that we can proactively prevent dropouts and chronic attendance problems. So looking at the implementation of some HR initiatives under the leadership of Donna Eagle in Human Resources, our initiatives include our Prince William Leads, which ensures that we have a criteria and instruments that are used in our selection process, professional development and offerings, and other systems of leadership that are in alignment with the Leads competency model. We continue the implementation of our Launching Our Leadership Capacity, which is a robust curriculum which is designed to ensure we have future leaders and inspire leaders. Continuing our implementation of the Launching Thriving Careers, which includes enhancement of the new Administrator Institutes and multi-year leadership assessments and academies, formal and informal mentoring and coaching. We continue our implementation of initiatives to increase certified applicant pool. We want our children to see themselves reflected in our staff in the school buildings. So we continue our work on redesigning our selection process to include protocols and tools and professional learning opportunities that are designed to promote the selection of the most qualified candidates, reduce bias, and increase efficiency. We're beginning to plan the You Belong Here, a comprehensive diversity initiative and inclusion, equity organizational development initiative. Through this initiative, Prince William County will ensure that our leaders are creating inclusive cultures within their school buildings that will positively impact the climate and culture and employee morale. We're disaggregating and analyzing employee statistics regarding satisfaction and retention by department and school level, and the data will be shared and informed with administrators about employees and satisfaction and retention rates. Teach Prince William County Schools is a robust strategic initiative that's building a deeper certified applicant pool to reflect the rich diversity within our schools and in our county through an umbrella of programs designed to increase the number of highly qualified teachers. We want our students to see themselves represented in the diversity of our staff. We continue the expansion to grow our own program, which is an additional program in our high schools to reach the goal to have one in all high schools by 2025. And we continue to expand our existing partnerships with over 50 colleges and universities. We're continuing with our teacher assistance program to provide support and financial assistance to our teaching assistants who are interested in joining the workforce as certified staff. In regards to our school-based administrators, we continue to to implement disciplinary supports. This will be your favorite, Ms. Williams, and interventions. We have continued our trainings on our code of behavior. We're looking at our documentation, the accuracy, and the coding so that we can use that for prevention and intervention purposes, identifying supports for kids prior to incidents, but then actually putting in processes to help them learn from their incidents. We integrate the Healing Center Engagement Specialist into our Student Management Alternative Department program process. So when kids have a disciplinary infraction, we're wrapping around the families. We're helping the kids learn from their situation and hopefully not repeat this. The goal is to keep the kids in school and help them reach the finish line. Additionally, go ahead.
Thanks. I may have short-circuited you, but I just also want to ask if we are also addressing this too from a staff perspective and shifting how we welcome students back after they've had a situation into our school fold, and what we're doing to address sort of an older stereotype, I'll say it that way, where when a student gets in trouble, that then they are sort of flagged for the rest of their academic career as being a student who's known for getting in trouble. And I think that's a key component too when we welcome our students back from having situations, our staff perception. I've seen a change in that, so I want to highlight that because it's very important, right? Yes. Because if a student doesn't feel welcome when they come back from having a disciplinary issue, they're less likely to stay. So I want to note that we have made progress, but I think that's an important component to that process as well.
I appreciate you recognizing that, and it's partially the work of our Healing Center engagement specialists, our support core counselors who engage with the families, but it's also a lot of hard work by our team at SMAP and also the teams in the schools, where we're increasing our communication, looking at what kids need when they re-enter the building. We're tracking, we're a little bit tighter on our communication between the buildings, and we're seeing increased success of our kids when they return. So the whole goal, when we talk about restorative practices, it's important to note that there are disciplinary consequences. There are things that occur in school. So restorative practices has two aspects of it. It can be preventative, so that we help build understanding, tolerance, and skills so that kids can resolve conflict positively. But it's also after there has been a situation where sanctions occur that we put healing practices in place, because those children are still in our school building and they need to learn from that situation and resolve that conflict. So we are working to implement our restorative practices at the division level as well. And finally, we have our ongoing refinement and progress monitoring of all departments and our schools' continuous improvement plans. Oh, was that a hint? I think the next slide actually is on to you, Rita. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And so that is the conclusion of all of the positive climate and culture. There we go. Thank you.
So family and community engagement, as all of you know, is an extremely important part of us reaching the goals of our strategic plan. And so you see here, again, 4 levers that we believe will have high impact on really improving those relationships with our family and community and engaging them in ways that are the authentic partnerships that you've heard Dr. McDade speak about many times, about giving the knowledge and skills and tools to parents to support their learners, but also giving them what they need to hold us accountable for what we've put in our strategic plan. You saw earlier this year, we conducted annual community events for our families where we made connections with our families, connected our families to supports and services here in the school division, but also within the community. And it's how we will continue to collaborate with our business partners and community agencies to really wrap around our families and work together as a school community. Structured back-to-school nights. I've heard some of you already speak about the change in back-to-school nights in which our schools shared the current reality, as Mrs. Jessie says, the good, the bad, the ugly, and also how they're responding to the data and what they're going to do to make a difference in those gaps, right? Those achievement gaps and opportunity gaps that you saw tonight in the presentation. But also our parent and teacher conferences, how we're structuring those to focus again on student progress and arm our parents with the information they need, right, to ask the right questions about what's happening with their student and holding us accountable for helping their student reach the goals that they have and the student has for themselves. And you may have also noticed that we added middle schools to the same date that elementaries used to have conferences. So we have conferences at every level. So we have middle school and elementary conferences coming up, just making a plug for those, on October 31st. And we've already had touch-based conferences for the high school earlier this month. And then finally, launching School Status, a two-way communication tool for between the teacher and the parent, communication that's automatically translated into home languages, whatever home language has been selected by the family that they would like to receive communications in. This School Status will translate the message, so parents, again, have access to the information they need to advocate and support their student at school. And lastly, Ms. Huebner is going to share about organizational coherence.
So the ongoing refinement and progress monitoring of all department and school continuous improvement plans is a key piece. We have all these great, really specific plans using the data and the strategies that we put in place, but the monitoring will be the key to determine the effectiveness and the fidelity of the implementation of these plans. So we have highlighted previously that each school does have a targeted continuous plan and a reflection on the individual school data that occurred in order for those strategies to be developed. And this is where we'll focus on the special needs of those specific populations that you saw in some of the slides. As a reminder, the specific targeted strategies will be in place and will be monitored continuously at the school level and at the division level, and you will receive updates on those. Oh, thank you. The key to success will definitely be the partnership between our school teams and our central office. Additionally, we're implementing a division-wide customer service, customer relationship management platform and deploying a customer service model in the division. Our executive staff, our senior leadership team, key members of our offices and departments have participated in this professional development and contributed actually specifically to the development of this plan and this service model. So our goal is that all stakeholders receive a high level of customer service, specifically our students. We all come to work each day for our students. They're what matter. And so you'll see that through our service to our students and our stakeholders as well. So on behalf of our entire executive cabinet, I want to share our commitment to creating a thriving future for all of our students, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jackson.
I don't have a question specifically for you, Ms. Huebner.
Okay, Ms. Jackson.
Okay. I just want to say I really appreciate the time that everybody put into this and the transparency that was tonight and also at the back to school meetings. Back to school nights, I got to see a lot of the data. I also appreciated the dialogue in preparation for this meeting, and I have heard from parents about being included in this SIP and the strategies and the interventions that we talked about. I appreciate that you connected it to the research as a reminder that there's research-based decisions being made. I just want to touch on a few things, and I'll try to be quick. Given that meals were free, I've been concerned about the impact of applications for aid this year, whether or not they've gone up or down. So I'm not now, but at a later time, can we have an update on the number of students, considering that we are tracking students who are economically disadvantaged, and it also impacts funding and access to food? And I just want to reiterate my support for a data point back on the graduation rates for students, again, not now, but later, for students who are given extra time, like the one for IEPs and EL students, to see, are they graduating? And I'm going back to when there was a discussion about where we saw growth about the plans after graduation. And I'm trying to figure out what slide that was. Everybody was talking about it, and then I should have commented at that time. I apologize. But they were talking about plans for students that included community transition services, I think. And at some point, it would be nice to learn more about what that is entailed. Because I have talked to parents of special needs students or parents of students who receive special education, and who have already graduated, and they often say the phrase that they graduated to the couch. So, and I know some of that is, the services in the community outside of us, so I would love to learn more about that outside of this conversation.
So that's slide 32.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Slide 32. And I just appreciate the transparency and the areas that we talked about for room for growth, so thank you.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I just want to comment and really praise all of the hard work and dedication that this administration has demonstrated. I've said consistently, I know since 2017 that we have been understaffed, and we added more positions. So every time we fill them, we continue to add more, which benefit our school division. But I don't think that the public watching really understand the amount of work that goes into making this presentation and all the work that goes behind it to get us here tonight. And I know it's only 62 slides, and it seems like it's an eternity because it's really late, but you do deserve your kudos for all of your hard work, and especially for the amount of pivoting and transition that's been done after a pandemic with only 1 year at this administration under its current leadership. If you don't get credit and praise anywhere else, you definitely deserve it tonight. That's a lot of work, especially for a division so large, and we've consistently heard it takes an eternity for a division this size to make these kinds of leaps, and you've done it in such a short time frame and continue to do it. And I just wanted to make sure I took time out to say thank you to everyone, because it makes a difference no matter where you are in this level, whether you're the superintendent or the custodial or the bus driver or the teacher in the classroom or the teacher aide or the instructional coach. Every single person makes a difference in making this plan work. So I just wanted to say thank you. And then I have one ask, not for tonight, for later at another time, if we could just get a little bit more information on how we plan on retaining our teachers at our Title I schools. That's a significant interest to me, because I think I have the most Title I schools, and our Title I school list continues to grow. Like, for example, Garfield is the second high school that's a Title I school. So I think that's of interest to our community, how we plan to do that. So not now, but later. Thank you.
Ms. Jessie.
I hear all my questions. No, I'm only kidding. I want to thank you for the comprehensive report. This is probably the most comprehensive report I've ever seen, and it has data and it has plans for responding to data. Rita, always ask for the SMART goals, and the SMART goals were there, and I want to thank you for that. And I also want to thank you for providing the extra time, the one-on-one hour. It really made a difference, because that way you could just, the things that were specifically your questions that you could ask. I really appreciated that. I did ask for I have 2 Title I schools now, so I did ask for, can we get a report on just Title I schools, because I'd like to know, those are the schools that I'm really more, it's not that I'm not concerned about the other schools, but I would like to have a Title I report at some time. But I'm just very impressed, and the back-to-school nights were very, very different, and I think the parent education part is very important, because I think the research shows it too, that parents, even in schools where you're not performing at a level that you got really short graphs, you got those, I call it little teeny-weeny graphs, that the parents are still, they're just happy to have their kids in school, and I think we need to teach parents how to be advocates and ask questions. So I just want to thank you guys.
You ready? Sure. Ms. Wall.
All right, thank you, everybody. Actually, I really enjoy this topic, so it's been really fun. And I also made a huge list of questions. I'm not going to ask them all tonight. I know some of them were answered in the presentation, which I appreciate, and I know there are probably some answers that I can still get, but for the sake of time, I'm just going to ask a couple questions. I appreciate everybody's efforts, and I really like how we are bringing to bear the data in an individual school level, and that we're working together as a team to like improve all of these divisional scores. But I really appreciate this whole setup, or how how we are going to tackle our problems. My first question is, I recognize that our struggling schools need attention. And this data tonight didn't focus in particular on schools. But I see, even this in my district. I have some schools that are high-performing schools and some schools that don't perform quite as well for various reasons. And I also see that some of our high-achieving schools could do so much better. So I sometimes get on the rankings and I look at neighboring jurisdictions and I see how highly ranked some of those high schools are that are not very far from us. I think, how can we get there? How can we get our great schools to be even better and get that recognition, or earn that recognition, I should say. And so I would be interested in what our thoughts are for how we can do that. And I'm assuming it's the continuous improvement plans, but I'm assuming also that continuous improvement plans focus kind of on the gaps, kind of filling the gaps, which is appropriate, and we definitely should do that. But what do they also push schools to say, look, we have all these kids that are scoring really high on the SAT or something like that. Why are they not National Merit Scholars? Or why are they not, getting into I don't know what I'm saying. Why are they not in all these AP classes? Or, why are they not taking advantage of all these other things? Do you see kind of where I'm going with this? I really feel like there's an upper limit that we haven't in the past, I should say, really reached for. We close gaps and we focus on gaps, which is 100% appropriate, and don't anybody misunderstand me. But I feel like there is further that we can go, and I'm assuming that's captured in our continuous improvement plans as well. Not just closing gaps, but also pushing kids to really reach. That's my question.
So the criteria in terms of when you look at the continuous improvement plan, the goal here is for each individual school to identify where there are problems of practice, meaning that, for example, if you look at our end-of-year goals for the school division, where we may say we want 85% of students meeting at or above proficiency, well, we've got schools that are already there. So now they can't put that as a goal because they know they've already met that goal. So many of those schools now in their continuous improvement plans, you'll see they're focusing on pass advance, right? They're recognizing that their goals have to look different depending upon your starting point. And that's the beauty of school improvement. School improvement planning requires that you conduct an analysis of your current state with all available data to then determine where you are in an area of needed improvement, right? So if meeting proficiency isn't the area of needed improvement, past advance may be, as well as identifying gaps, which is why you'll see schools, some of the higher performance schools that you're talking about are a part of our new initiative, Equal Opportunity Schools, with a goal to specifically increase the percentage of students who may be accessing advanced placement or IB coursework or dual enrollment. So you'll see it's not a boilerplate or template for the actual plan itself. The components are universal across and normed across the school division, but every school's priorities is based on their current data that they have that shows them where they're missing the mark. And so those higher performing schools that you're speaking of, they know that they've got to not only move the needle in terms of gaps in subgroups, they also recognize that they have to move the needle in advancing students who are already meeting proficiency. And that's true for all schools. Like, all schools are focused on not just meeting, but ensuring we're increasing the number of students that are at past advanced as well.
Thank you. That's great to hear, and I think that hopefully we'll see good results from that. Can I ask an additional question?
Yeah.
I'm curious. I think it was slides 35, 36, although the numbering might have been adjusted just a little bit, so it might be off. But it's about the decrease in percentage of students completing advanced or dual enrollment courses. And my question was just a little bit more of like informational. Did we offer fewer courses overall? Did we change the prerequisites or the qualifications for enrolling in a dual enrolled course? Or did we implement tighter controls over who could enroll in it? I mean, is that the cause for why those numbers went down? And I guess a corollary question is, if a student enrolls in a DE or an AP course, and then they kind of hit that first midterm, I guess, it gets hard. Do we generally encourage them to kind of stick it out for at least a quarter or a semester and kind of help them work through it? Or does that depend on the school? Do we let them drop out easily? Or what kind of oversight do we have? Those are a lot of questions, but.
That's okay. Let me try to just unpack what you asked about. So first and foremost, we did not offer fewer classes. Now, it is true that it appears that we had fewer students, right, interested in taking those classes. Do we have a specific reason? No, we don't have one specific reason, but I think we can surmise that coming out of the pandemic, we had a number of students who are maybe not feeling as confident in their learning as they felt prior to the pandemic. And so we can assume, right, that that's maybe perhaps is a contributing factor to that. We could have had fewer sections, right? If you have fewer students, you may have fewer sections of those courses. But we didn't change any of the qualifications. We didn't add any additional restrictions to try to keep students out. We didn't do anything like that. You mentioned about that whole thing around, if a student is not doing well, do we try to encourage them? Well, you've heard Dr. McDade speak about it. You've heard us speak about it before, and that's about persistence, right? And we know that if a student persists past that first quarter, that they have a much higher likelihood of being successful in that advanced course. So one of the things that we continue to strive, I know my colleagues behind me do, and those of us in teaching and learning, is to encourage that our schools, right, are not only getting kids access to those advanced courses, but we're providing the supports necessary for them to stay there and be successful. And that's certainly something that, Dr. McDade has spoken about to our principals before, about ensuring that as we expand opportunities for kids, that we also expand the ways in which we're supporting students so that they can persist in those advanced courses and be successful.
That's fantastic, because I know those are hard courses, and it can be daunting to take them, and then, they might want to jump out. But, if kids do persist and we support them, it can be like a very powerful, affirming process, and help them get ready for college and advanced studies. And they can learn something about that they never knew, something about themselves that they never knew. So I'm glad to hear that. And I also do think that the pandemic might have affected children's confidence and they might not maybe understand the weighting that we give at more advanced courses, that we weight a more advanced course more heavily so that a B in that class is equivalent to an A in a gen ed class. But I'm a firm believer that a student should take the most challenging class that they can handle with effort.
And you heard, absolutely, and you heard Dr. McDade speak about equal opportunity schools, and so that's an initiative, a strategic initiative at our high schools. But the other piece of it, right, is that we're also talking to our teachers and leaders that getting increased access to advanced courses really starts, right? We are pre-K-12 school system, and so we build the skills early in our students to be able to reach those levels of coursework. And so it's not just a high school issue, right? It's something that we're working on across the division from preschool all the way to grade 12.
Thank you.
Okay, I just got a couple quick ones. Just on the chronic absenteeism, have we seen improvement in the first quarter? Do we know? I mean, last year was pretty bad, so is someone monitoring it on a daily basis to see if we're having any improvement?
So the challenge with chronic absenteeism is it's based on the number of days that you've been enrolled. And so at this point in the year, 36 days, 37 days, somewhere in there. If you've been absent 4 days, you're considered chronically absent. So right now, the chronic absentee numbers look really high.
Still.
However, individual absences are being looked at.
So,
Denise, did you want to add anything, Ms. Heaton?
so we're still seeing the same kind of pattern as last year, is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's too early to determine if we have that same pattern based on the chronic absenteeism numbers. Because that number shifts. At this point, if you miss 3 days because you've been sick with the flu, you could be considered chronically absent even though you're not part of that regular pattern.
Sure, but if it's at the ratio of like 20% or whatever we were last year.
We can't really
Okay.
do it. It's not like an apples to apples
Right.
comparison from what we're giving you is the full school
Yeah.
year view to now with a limited number of days into the school year to be able to say that it's the same or
Yeah.
different. We would really just be, hypothesizing.
But I assume there's somebody in each school monitoring this
Yes.
and looking at those kids and saying, hey, calling home and figuring out why they're
So
not.
Dr. Lateef, I assure you that
Okay.
there is a hyper focus
Good.
on attendance this year, and
Yeah.
I plan to deliver. We have a very
Okay.
full-on effort in place, and you will be very pleased because I
Okay.
will not let Dr.
You're going to
Lateef
their
or the
houses
division down.
yourself to drag
If
them
I have to
out.
go and knock on the door
Good.
myself, kids will come to
Excellent.
school.
So
We
that's
we're
what we
on
wanted.
it.
You can come to our house and drag my kids out anytime. too.
Yes, and we have a lot of systems in place to help schools monitor, so I think you're going to be
Okay.
very pleased.
Outstanding. So I know Jen Wall asked the question that, Dr. McDade and I are fond to talk about, but it's, it really is, and if you look at our strategic plan, it really is layered in there. So the commitment to all students and moving the needle at all levels. And I worry, and I think Ms. Wall and I both share children the same ages, and we're in the middle of this college application process, which is sort of very challenging. And as you talk to admissions officers around the country, right, and with this test optional stuff, which jacks up a level of anxiety to a whole nother level, because do I submit the score? Do I not submit the score? Admissions officers are saying different things, but if we are moving towards that, the one thing they are looking at is your transcript. They're looking at your rigor of coursework. They're looking at what you chose to do. The elite schools are saying, did you take advantage of all the opportunities that were given to you? If you didn't, how do we know you're going to take advantage of opportunities at our college, right? And so they look at that. And this is what real admissions officers are saying, right? And that's in UVA, William Mary, that's, Georgetown, that's your, the Ivies, whatever, your top 50 publics, right? They're all looking at those things. So it does raise a level of anxiety. And so and I'm very glad to hear, we honored the gentleman from Battlefield and those courses. And I know we've always tried to have a robust level of courses, but it is important. And I do appreciate, Dr. McDade, the work that, you're demanding each of the schools to move that needle at all levels, because that is really the critical work for everybody. Everyone has to all boats have to rise, and it is really important. And so I really appreciate that. And so I won't go any further on that. And then the last issue I have, but it's just, that is something we do need to really pay close attention to. So, you reminded me, Ms. Goss, when you said that, we're layering on, you don't get to take an advanced course in high school unless you were doing well in middle school and elementary school, and, we're trying to build that up, and this is where, I'll sort of echo Mr. Wilkes' statements from the last meeting about homework. I just, it's very personal, and I'm not an educator, nor do I, claim to be one, or, but I do feel the level of rigor at the elementary school, can be looked at, and the homework or the kinds of work, and I know Dr. Waltz was fond of saying, it's the right kind of work, it wasn't necessarily homework. It was, what are we making them do? In my mind, I really would encourage everyone to look at, are we challenging those students enough? Are we doing enough? Are we doing enough to challenge them? And I think that's important, because I do believe students have far more capability, resiliency than sometimes we give them credit for. I know Ms. Jessie talks about this a lot. If we don't set the bar high, we're not going to get high levels of achievement. So, I don't mean to be on a soapbox, but this is a concern that I live with. That it really does concern me. And when Mr. Wilk went and talked about this the other night, it reminded me of this sort of issue that I've had concerns over for a long time. I don't think there's anything wrong giving homework. Let me go on the record with that. That I think we need to be very aggressive about it, because the problem is our students show up at middle school where the homework jacks up, and they weren't used to doing it in elementary school. And then you get them to high school where they jump into an AP class and bam, they get hit with a bunch of homework. And they haven't, it's like asking someone to do 100 push-ups after you've only asked them to do 7 every night. And I mean, we have to build this, and that's going to it'll lower your dropout rate in those advanced classes. That'll increase confidence levels. Homework is more than just homework. It's really about, learning the habits of mind, right? That's in what's our line, our mission, our first line. So I'll get off my homework box, but
I'm coming.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes.
I haven't talked, so I'm going to jump in here. A couple things I was thinking. So a lot of stuff that Chance was saying up on the dais about college career readiness, I think is accurate across the board. And I know we've made a concerted effort to hire college career readiness counselors and stuff like this. We have a lot of great tools to leverage for this. We have obviously Naviance, we have other programs, we have different tutoring and other resources that kids can access. I would like to see a centralized repository of resources and help videos, just walking through little mini lessons as refreshers. I was talking to Chance, and I was like, a lot of it doesn't really have to be recreated. You can Google online and get on YouTube all these different videos of different districts posting videos on how to use Naviance to the full effect, or how to use another program, or different activities and things like that. I think that would be good, and something that, again, we don't have to necessarily rely on every building to create their own, but give the college career readiness counselors the ability to collaborate in there and share the resources amongst all the students of our division, no matter which of the high schools they attend. Another thing, I'll go back to homework in a sec, but I'll go back on my soapbox of college and career readiness, which again, I think begins at elementary school. And I like our concerted effort to, now we're starting to see, the whole transformation of education was to start taking those shop classes in middle school, 10, 15 years ago, and remodel them and turn them into something else. But now we're bringing them back, and bringing back the CTE and exploring that early on in middle school, I think is great. And I think more programs starting even in potentially elementary school for early exposure to some of the trades and other career alignment and stuff like that would be very important, I think, with this. I'd like to see, I know I didn't jump in every, slide or something like that, but I was thinking when we were talking about those college indicators and stuff like that, I would really like to see how that aligns and how we can make that go with our profile of a graduate. what are the qualities or the identifiers that we have? I know we already have them posted of what makes a Prince William profile of a graduate, but what in that data can we extrapolate and put onto that and find out how are we succeeding, I guess, in the sense of college and career readiness in developing that profile, leveraging this data and our metrics. I just think it'd be kind of a nice alignment to see how we're doing with that. And then going back to homework, I brought that up. I think looking and reviewing the homework policy is important. But one thing, as Chance said, when you go and visit your schools and actually go during the day, and you have had that luxury to be able to walk around and see classes and talk to principals. At one of my last visits, a principal who watches us, as a lot of them do, heard me and was like, one thing, feedback for you is teacher having to give meaningful feedback on these assignments and the bandwidth and the work and stuff like that. So I think we have to think about that as well, of what designates meaningful feedback. If they're going through and like checking off and putting a star, maybe on certain things that's applicable, but then if they're doing more of writing assignments and stuff like that, what is meaningful feedback on those? Because I don't want to just say homework for the sake of saying we need to give kids homework, which I do believe rigor is very important with that. But I also think it's expanding cross-curricular activities. For the life of me, I would love to see more. And again, I have not been in and taught a class for 9 years almost now. So I've been out of it, right? But I do believe there's the ability, especially as we start kind of with the scheduling and stuff, or teams in middle school, or sometimes I've noticed that one elementary teacher does math science, one does social studies and English, different programs and stuff like that. I'd really like to see writing incorporated more into all subject areas. For the life of me, like when I used to proctor SATs and ACTs for extra money as a teacher, I saw really as things were going where it became my first year doing it, kids were writing that statement in cursive, and I'm not saying, but my point is, by the end of it, by year 5, they couldn't do it anymore. They have to take that part off the SAT or ACT now to have kids write a statement because our kids don't know how to write in cursive. And I mean, I'm not saying that's the end-all, be-all of life and stuff like that. I do believe it's important to know how to sign your name and stuff like that. But again, just an idea of kind of how things are changing. I just think it's very important, and we're missing out on some key areas where we can adopt and put 5-paragraph essays in any component of the core subject areas in middle school. Incorporate, one big thing I've noticed, and I've emailed you guys before and stuff like that, but as I go different rooms, I understand there's different programs in our elementary schools and stuff, but I never see spelling words. I never see kids working on specifically spelling and stuff. And I know we're on word processors, and I'm guilty of it. There's a lot of words I just type real quick, sound it out, and then I edit it. But I think basic just components of spelling, grammar, those are things I'd like to see kind of embedded back into some of the programs, if already not there. But that's just Bauer got me going, so.
I appreciate that. Just, on the biggest tragedy on the SOL reform and innovation, which I know I can't speak for Ms. Jessie, but I know she was on at the time, and she opposed the getting rid of the writing SOL at the 5th grade. I thought was a mistake. I thought that was a big mistake. They shouldn't have gotten rid of that writing SOL.
Well, it wasn't because the educators wanted it done. It was political. Because all the research shows that writing, nonfiction writing is critical, and kids should start writing at kindergarten. And I know Rita knows this. We used to do the writing, early writing, and we're not doing it. And by the way, the Jessie girls cannot do cursive very well. And I felt very guilty. I thought, Lily, you didn't teach them how to write. And one kid said to Anita Flemings, he said, you guys didn't teach me how to write. And she said, well, why are you so upset? He said, because they asked me to sign my name on a check, and I couldn't write it in cursive. And they just insisted that it be done in cursive. So there is this thing about kids who can't even sign their names. But I think it's getting late, and we're getting off topic a bit.
We'll go. Okay, sorry. We'll go to Miss Williams, and then Miss Jessie had, just for everyone who's staying late, and I do appreciate all the folks that have stuck in with us. But Ms. Jessie had made a recommendation. If the board is not opposed to it, I think we can suspend board matters for the members and then consider doubling that time at the next meeting. But that's a thought. But
Thanks. I mean, I only say that because some of my stuff is date sensitive.
Okay.
But that's not what I was going to talk about.
Okay.
So I just want to remind some of our board members and our listening public that we do have things that go across grade levels and across subject matters. Makerspace ideas are one of the things that has been utilized before to take one subject and move it across different grade levels and different subject matters. So I don't want that to be forgotten because I know we still have makerspaces. I think it's also important to note that, like, I know you didn't grow up here, Justin, but like I've always had shop and stuff, so like that's not new. And I don't want us to get off on a tangent or encourage people to suddenly think that like we did something new. I'm not correcting you, I'm just saying like we've always had shop, and I understand the expansion through high school. But even when I was a student back in the dinosaur days, we had like cosmetology and all of these courses. So I think the evolution of them is important to note, but I don't want people to think like we just started that. And I
was referring to some of the middle schools moved it, changed it, and now it's coming back. Not high school. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying we've never had.
Yeah, well, we went to different formatting. So, because like some kids didn't always have music or that whatever. Okay. So, and I also wanted to just comment a little bit about some of the survey things Ms. Wall was referring to, and note to the public that they're also dependent on public input and parent input and whoever the survey gets to at the building. And we don't get credit for any of our CTE programming in those surveys. So that also affects like where we are on our niche, the niche ratings and good schools and all of that. Because a lot of times parents will say, well, this school isn't good. And I'll say, well, you also have to look at who put in that data, because it's not just us as a school division, it's other interpersonal experiences that make the difference on whether a school is rated high or low. And sometimes you go in there, they don't even have the right addresses and things. So I think that's important to note for the public. That's not the only source you should be looking at to determine whether a school is performing well or not. And when it comes to homework, if we do decide to undertake those things, I would also like current research to be presented to this board, because I think we need to keep in mind the evolution that we are educating students for a world we don't live in. And it's important to be mindful of that, and also for our parents to understand that too, because some of the things that we believe are important is because of our experience in the time that we went to school that may not be relevant for our students moving forward. And there are some things that may still always be relevant, but I think we should look at it holistically. I'm a huge fan of that as an integrative studies person. So I just think if we go down that path, let's try to present a holistic view and be mindful that there will always be experiences that we as adults cherish or feel that are valued, but the next generation, it may be irrelevant for them. So I don't want us to go to backtrack. That's all. Thank you.
At this point, we can go to board matters. If Ms. Williams, you'd like to go?
Yeah, I just really quickly, I'm going to skip all the other stuff and do it later. I just want people to know that tomorrow night, the Racial and Social Justice Commission will meet at 6 p.m. at the McCourt Building. And please tune in, be there in person or tune in. There's plenty of things that are discussed. And again, I am the representative, so I will be present for that. And the only other thing that's time sensitive that I wanted to talk about was the specialty night program information nights. I know high school is going to be 10:27 and middle school is 10:25. The rest of it I think can wait and for another opportunity. So thank you.
Does anyone else want to make comment? If not, if everyone's good with it. Sure. Why don't you go ahead and do that? Go for it.
Just really quickly, I just want to thank custodians and all bus and transportation employees just for everything that they do to keep our students safe and for supporting instruction. And
so what I would recommend at the next meeting, I don't think that's scheduled to go super long, but you can have added time at that meeting and go over stuff as long as the board's not opposed to that. Okay, at this point, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for staying, coming. We really, truly appreciate it.